Right there. Done it twice. So with that, we're going to pick up where we left off in Standards Oceans. So the last time we played Vintage Story, we've got iron going. And to give you an idea, in Minecraft you get iron, you shove your ore in a smelter, out comes the iron ingot, you make it look like a pickaxe, you got a pickaxe. This uses more realistic iron, so we have a bloomery. So we make this big clay, fire clay brick thing. You shove a bunch of your iron ore in there with a bunch of coal, and you seal it up after lighting it on fire, and you let it smolder for a day, and you get what's called an iron bloom. It's basically just this knotted clump of molten iron, and I don't think it wouldn't be charcoal anymore, but it's carbon. And then you would take that over, you'd heat it up on your forge, and you'd, knock off all the pieces of the carbon and, shape your ingot. And then that's how you get an ingot. And all that stuff. So yeah, so I mentioned it looks kind of like Minecraft, but it's not Minecraft. We did also get our automation started. I'm not using this right now. Actually, you know what? I'm lying. I'm going to use that right now. Actually, I might be lying to you again because I realized our food is terrible. Did I? Oh, wait. We moved our fire. No, we didn't. We don't have a fire right now. Yeah, it's voxel, which is why it gets compared to Minecraft a lot. Because graphically, you're like, I know this. This is Minecraft. But like I said, it's kind of where that ends. So let's grab a couple different mushrooms. And I'm going to need to get our kitchen moved, because yesterday we were rearranging things. Let's move this counterpiece. Oh, and one thing that this game does as well is where I'm allowed to move stuff that I built like that. When it comes to moving, oh, right, the firewood is where? Yeah, those crops are gonna die in the cold soon. Where did I put my firewood? Well, there's a little there. But, that lost my train of thought. Right, I need to get more firewood. But yeah, so like even just like cooking kind of stuff. Probably fine for right now. Alright, so let's grab our cooking pot. Because I'm about to start actively starving to death. Because surviving in this game is way more involved than in Minecraft. So get that going. We got some stew cooking. You just had to chase two of your mom's goat back into their pasture and give them ricks of hay to distract them long enough for my mom's scaredy cat dog to get out and do her business. The ground is so soft from all the rain, it's basically just pushed the fence over. Goats are a pain. Stew without water. It's like a vegetable stew or whatever. You can add water to make other recipes too. You feel like Minecraft inspired so many survival games after it, but Minecraft isn't a survival game. Yeah, well the thing was they added survival mechanics with the hunger and everything. It just never ended up being much in that regard. Yeah, so that's some kind of crap mushroom stew. I need to make more. And this is the first of the crops that we've been building up all year. That'll be another kind of crappy stew because it's just a couple of mushrooms. Alright, so a bunch of these crops are going to die soon from the cold. Which is fine. And to give you an idea of like the depth, if you notice at the top of my screen, it actually has the nitrogen, potassium, and phosphorus, or phosphate, rating for the soil. And so this game, you do actually need to do crop rotations. Like, it's not a whole thing where you have to, like, constantly re-fertilize your soil with different stuff. You can if you want. But it is, you know, it is kind of just a mechanic in the game that you do have to be like, oh, okay, I just grew something that need a lot of nitrogen here. I'm going to need to grow something that isn't so nitrogen dependent. Okay, so we got our bear skin done here. So now I'm going to grab my knife and my bear skin to scrape it into huge, huge pieces of leather. We'll want to get tannin going soon, which I need oak trees for tannin. Because then we can start making hard leather for better bags and armor and stuff, which we've been lacking. I really don't want to be going into our actual stuff this fast, but it's fine. Let's grab the last 3 mushrooms here. Let's grab 3 turnips, 3 carrots, 3 onions, and our mushrooms. And that should give me 3 more helpings of stew. And this will be a little bit better of a stew than the last 2 we made. So I need to move you over, put those 2 in first, and then chase with the rest. Okay, so grab all that. Probably need to grab another piece of firewood or 2. Okay. But yeah, no, it's also a thing that, like, when you look at the games that came out after Minecraft, there were kind of like a dime a dozen survival games that came out that were doing like the Minecraft thing, and most of them were pretty much garbage. That they end up being these like fairly soulless, fairly uninteresting games. And it is a thing that because of that, I find people look at Vintage Story and they just assume it's going to be another one of those and be like, ah, it's crap, get it out of here. But like I said, this game has an incredible amount of depth to it. Like, for example, when it comes to going for ore, you know, Minecraft, you dig down and you're going to find iron and gold. You just got to fuss around below your base a little bit. You'll get it. Okay, so let's eat our helping of this. Okay, and those can go into storage. Alright. You know, and you'll find it. In this game, they have this whole idea about prospecting. You notice all these different color pins everywhere. Those are telling me what ore is in the area. So, like, I've got hematite, which is iron, which is where I've got my iron node. Down here, I've got, you know, I've got native copper. We've got cinnabar. We've got emerald, lapis lazuli, halite. But you sit there and you look at that, and that's just telling me what's in that area. So, with that, if I go to an area like here where it says, I've got these, you notice hematite's not listed there. If I go digging down here, I will never find iron. It's just not here. So it has a lot more of, like, exploring the map and figuring out, like, where you can find stuff. Alright, so what I wanted to do here is I've got all that running. And we're waiting for a resin to kind of repopulate. So I'm going to grab a stack of these, and let's get our iron ingots going. I'm going to lower the sound effects a little, so that you're not... It's not quite as grating to have that hammer just in there going tap, tap, tap the whole time we're doing stuff. Let's grab our tongs so we don't burn our fingies. And grab a hammer. And this gear, I don't want to have it here. I'm going to be moving it over here. But I got way up there, you see I got my big old windmill going. Now we won't need the torch on my bar. Yeah, so the plan is to put that big gearing down here. But the problem I have right now is because it goes from little gear to big gear, like when I have that down there, it's creating a gear ratio problem. So by going from a little gear to a big gear, we are causing this gear, because it's going to rotate at the same speed as that little gear there. We're basically sacrificing torque for speed. But the issue there is we just don't have the power to deal with that. Yeah, so as you can see, this is going to sit there and slowly tap that out, so I don't need to do it. Which saves me doing the work, so I can work on other things. Let's check a couple things with that. Ideally, we would end up with more than one of those. So you just sit there and have them, like, just sit there tapping those out. I'm just checking to see if that'll get done by the time that's heated up enough. If it does, then I could sit there and switch those out, and then run off and do something, then switch them off, then run off and do something, and that kind of thing. Which I think the answer there would be make an axe and start cutting down the entire forest. Did I actually change the sound? So that's effect sound, ambient weather. So my only concern with turning down the effect sound is if I go looking for bees, I'm going to have a great deal of difficulty hearing them. And we do desperately need bees. Alright, that'll work. Let's go over here. And then I'm going to make some axe heads. And I'm using a mod that does make it so I don't have to, like, tap those out normally. With the blacksmithy, I can kind of turn it off and show you. I haven't found a good way to, like, turn it off for the napping. So I can go here, do this, grab the axe heads. Now I got axes on our bar. You can go up there for right now. I'm not going to need you. Let's go cut down a tree real quick. I've got one over there. Oh, no, I thought it was. My bad. Yeah, so we do a little bit of back and forth while we process our iron. It's going to be very inefficient on the charcoal side of things, but it is what it is. Okay. Grab our ingot down there. Put you up here. Gonna be a wood chopping winter. Well, one of the things I want to do is during the winter, I would like to make progress towards I'm scared we'll have bees and I will not hear them. Because bees are very quiet if you don't get mods. And I'm not running the mod that makes it easier to hear bees right now. Hey, Eunuch, how's it going? We can chop down 2 trees real fast. We'll go swap out our iron blooms to keep making our iron ingots. And all those are going to become firewood for putting in the, Okay. Now I become firewood for putting in the charcoal pit. But the more I clear this out, the more, like, I'll be able to see what we've got here. I've worried about less about the animals in the area. Being that we're in the winter, we're pretty much going to get no more crops. I mean, technically we're still fall for, like, 2 more in-game days, but you can see that the snow's showing up and all that a little bit. We have seen a little bit of our stuff freeze over. It's actually below freezing in-game right now. Okay. What we'll probably want to do is make a iron axe. We're going to be slowly switching to all of our tools being iron. We do have enough iron down there to take advantage of. And it'll just last way longer. Okay. And part of the reason I'm working on this as well is we did a lap around the island to get all the resin we could. Have some more soup. Have a little bit more. Probably have one or two more trees to cut down, and then after that point we'll need to cut into firewood, put in the pit. So a little bit of back and forth. It is one of those things I could also see just making a pile of axes. That is one of the things I always found a bit of a challenge in the game, is you end up getting so much just like of the loose little stones that you just kind of hoard it and you're like, I don't know what to do with this. It's just everywhere. Is it for roadways? Yeah, the problem is the map I'm on here is mostly water. It's like 50% water, that's what I've set it for. So I don't really have a bunch of places for roads to go. That's what I did in the past though, is I made stone paths, and they were fine. You can move fast on them. Are you really playing survival craft? You don't have 3 boxes of chests full of that and dirt? Probably not. Probably go ahead and start doing these real fast. Turn them all into firewood. As you're playing on the official public server, and the roadways people have made are have been built as crazy. Oh yeah, no, when you get a lot of people at a thing, That's the things I've appreciated with a couple of games over the years have taken the idea of having like one big server that everyone can kind of collectively work together. They do end up having to put a lot of things in place when they have those big servers to try and prevent people from causing too much trouble kind of deal. Alright, so we have to hop down here. And that was our voice you just heard. The characters in this game, you set a musical instrument to be your voice. What we're doing here is, for smelting, I need charcoal. Firewood doesn't cut it. The 4 loose ones I'll bring upstairs for stew. For the charcoal, like, you have to keep that all going. There's another iron ingot. Okay. Okay. Just double checking that there's no sap, because we want the resin. Because we want the resin. Now, one caveat is I don't actually have a an iron anvil yet. I have a bronze anvil. So my intention there is I'm going to be working on this iron. I believe it takes a full, like, 10 iron ingots to make an iron anvil. We are going to want one of those, and I'm going to want a spare anvil anyways, so that way while that stuff's working, I can do my own thing. Because you can't share the anvil with the tool. What I'm doing here is I'm just kind of mousing over all these and seeing if they say it's like a leaking log. Because if it's a leaking log, it means I can get resin out of it. Oh, there's a tile deeper. Yeah, so I'm trying to cut back the forest around my area. Eventually I want to level this out a little bit more. But that's not a now problem. I'm just trying to get where we're going to be recouping our charcoal eventually. And get all this iron processed. Because me going out and just grabbing more iron doesn't do me any good if I'm not actually using it. So we want to go and get ourselves more tools. Try and get ourselves moving towards getting the iron anvil. Because that's the next step we have for going for steel. And then steel's the big one. Once we have steel, like, that's as sturdy as it gets, metals-wise for us. Because we've been slowly leveling this whole area to make room for our farms and all that. Another thing I'd like to get done during the winter is get our greenhouse built. Okay. Because we get our greenhouse up, it means we can start our next growing season early. I believe that could be something like 13 by 13 or 14 by 14. I've been kind of waiting for my crops to die And then what would end up doing from there is I'd put out like the edges of it to kind of figure out its size. And I'm gonna have to mine a crap ton of quartz to try and get a hold of clear quartz. The other alternative is I can take the time to build a bloomery. Like, build a bunch of bloomeries and make glass. But I don't really have a good idea of how much glass I get out of a bloomery. Oh, you're still going. That's fine. I'll just step over here. Okay. And I'm not intending on filling this entire hole before anyone's like, you know how long this is going to take, right? Yeah. The way we've been approaching this is I fill up as much of the hole as I can, and then when I run out of charcoal, whatever I got there, I just flatten it out. And then we light it up. Okay. Yeah, these are all being damaged by the cold. Oh, you're right for harvest. Yeah, so as you can see, that's frozen over, that lake ice that I've been using for my irrigation. That's good. That's a couple more turnips to give me more time food-wise for lasting the winter. And it's just enough that we have to expand into the next box. And how are you doing? You're still working at it. Going to need more axes. Okay. And this has been overdue for a while. It's just I've had plenty of things I could have worked on in the meantime. Versus now that we're getting into winter. A lot of stuff like foraging for mushrooms and berries are out the window. We definitely need to find oak trees, and I'm a little worried because we found 2 tiny oak trees on our island, and I did put those to use. Yeah, it looks like the wind has slowed down a little bit. Okay. But if I can get a couple of acorns, that's at least letting me work towards it, that'd be nice. And no resin on that one. It'll also be good to get rid of all the pine trees that don't have resin, so I know just the ones that do in the area. That's going to be like a long-term thing. I'm not going to sweat too much. And then have like an organized area that's like, this is our wood forest or whatever. So I can grow them in like straight rows and all that kind of stuff. That it'll be really easy to see what we got going on. Birch tree. I think that's the first birch we've had in the area. and a single piece of oak log for some reason. Which still does help, because the way we make tannin is we take oak, and we take a barrel full of water, we chuck a bunch of oak in a barrel full of water, and it slowly becomes tannin. And if we want to make strong tannin, we take the weak tannin that we make from the first batch, and then we deal with that. Let's see here. Not the oak. We don't want to do that with the oak. Drop the oak in there. Oh, we could grab you. Okay, that's exactly enough for one iron anvil. Put you on the bar. Okay. Still doing your thing, that's fine. All right. Luggage, please, all the orange. What? I'm missing some with that. Okay, nothing there. Luggage, please, all the orange. What? To move you up. Put your hands with the lantern and all that. So I got my tongs ready so I don't burn myself. The good news is when you actually burn yourself, it doesn't hurt you that bad. Like, obviously in real life, grabbing up something that weighs, or something that's over 1,000 degrees Celsius. Oh yeah, no, that's, yep, everything's turning brown and orange and red. We've got some white at the top of the trees that when it gets to nighttime we start seeing the frost come in. We're also going to need a ton of charcoal because we are going to need to make our steel production. And everything about that takes a bunch of charcoal. Because we have all the stuff we're already doing with the iron. Now you got like a whole extra step we do. Let's see, would a tree fall if you took the square below it? No. No, there is settings you can do to turn on stuff like cave-ins and that kind of stuff. It's off by default. And so some stuff you can have it where like it'll collapse if you do that. But the game isn't like physics enabled in the sense that you don't have, like, where you can just grab something and have the whole thing just implode. Thank you, JD2B0, for the, Sorry, 1 second, I'm trying to do this in the dark. I didn't realize I didn't have a lamp in here. We'll definitely need to fix that. Thank you so much, JD, for the, Prime Gaming sub. That's 24 months you've been subbed to the channel, and I really do appreciate it. So thank you so much for the, continued support. It means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you for that. Let's shift you over here. For right now, I'm going to keep these in here. We'll need to go down here and grab some more stuff for us to eat. So let's go 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And honestly, let's grab a couple more turnips. Yep, and landslides. Yeah. It's an interesting mechanic. I personally find it's not great for a lot of, like, the playing. And the reason I say that is just the issue you run into is you're just walking across the map and the ground just collapses in on you. And there's no real, like, counterplay you got going on there. You're just walking and then suddenly you're in a hole. And that's just how it be. Okay, we still have 2 axes left. Ow. Ow. Okay. I was getting burned because I didn't have my tongs in my hand, so when I went to pick up the iron ingot, my character hucked it back in the ground because it burnt them. It does a tiny bit of damage to you, but not much. It's just a casual 1,000 degrees Celsius, no big deal. Okay. We got our soup going, so that should be good when we get back. And little by little, the forest disappears. Alright. And a big part of why I'm approaching this in such an aggressive cut down everything kind of way is I'm just trying to find the oak among this and then hopefully the bees. Where if I just keep removing all the trees, sooner or later I'm going to find the ones I'm looking for. Okay, and we're about to start starving to death, so let's deal with that. Cool. Put that away for a moment. We can go ahead and keep making our firewood. Yes, I definitely should also go in here and make myself... Alright, so you're about to be done, so let's go ahead and, put you on the wall for a minute. That needs our mid to warm up. Okay. Then I'll have to look at what I need to put the iron anvil together. Okay. There's also a thing about just clearing this up and figuring out what we can do in general. Get our berry bushes going more. Because we want to clear up a bunch of the area and level that out. Replacing the floor in the smithy with more of the polished peridotite. We can have it be all fancy. I need to make myself a new place for our pit kilns. Because I did remove the pit kilns that we did have. Okay. Chisel your name in the floor. You can do that. You can make signs, and you can like chisel stuff like decorations in the wall, like have all sorts of cool patterns. After this one, we're gonna head back again. This also helped me with visibility when I'm coming around the corner and all that. Okay. I'll probably also want to get the Kern online. You know, we've been very fortunate. I've gotten good at watching out for the resin. So you actually have on the island over 10 trees and get resin from. The issue is I just did a pass, like, one in-game day ago for it. That's part of why I'm working on all this stuff versus just going after the resin directly, is it's like, okay, I've already done a bunch of that. They take, I can't remember how many days it is for them to recover. But I need a little bit of time to recover before I can get another round of resin out of them. Because once I get another big gear, instead of running just one machine, I can run a bunch of them. And that should help, because then I can make it little gear to big gear, and that goes from big gear to little gear. But the other side of it, it should be break even. And that's the matter. You can actually get a clutch transmission thing, so you can like turn on and off various machines as you need them. I probably should do that eventually. I've never done that in the game. It's gonna take way more space. But that's fine. Was it like 7 days? Something like that. I remember it wasn't too bad. It was not fast, but it was not something that you were like, oh man, that's so terrible. Alright, so I'm gonna need more axes again. At least where I'm making these crappy stone axes, it is picking away at our resin a little bit. Or not resin, our stone we just got piling up. I've been mostly using this stone for the occasional tools that are not tools I care about making better versions of. And then when I have a dangerous animal fall into the charcoal pit, for bludgeoning it to death. As you do. Not that I built this with the intention of this being a trap. It just kind of ended up that way. Let's see, you're thinking about charcoal pit, this one's far too small. The last playthrough I did make a max size charcoal pit, and we did fill it up one time. And it was just one of those things, alright, this is like, alright, I never need charcoal again. Like, charcoal is a solved problem. Eventually you would, but it's definitely a pretty obnoxious amount of charcoal at that stage. Okay, there's a tree. Okay. And this should also help for us hunting animals. Give them less places to hide in the future. Okay. And again, pretty close to having the iron blooms processed. The big thing is when I gotta make the refractory bricks. That's That'll be the big thing that'll come towards getting the steel production online. Okay. Is it survival or regular? This is standard or whatever. Because the survival mode, I want to say, doesn't have the drifters. If I remember correctly, they're I can't remember. Because there's like wilderness survival, I think was more combat oriented. Standards of balance. And then there was like just survival mode, which was more focused on surviving like, you know, food, water, shelter kind of things. You have a lot of quiet without the portal spine. So I do have the rifts turned off. So we do have temporal storms turned on. We do have like the instability and everything enabled. But rifts we do have turned off. Because I do find the rift mechanic absolutely obnoxious. I find it to be a very unfun mechanic because just a rift opens next to your house to go, well, F me. And with the rifts, it doesn't matter if you have lights in the area or anything. The enemies just spawn anyways, because, like, the whole idea behind the rift is it ignores a lot of the other mechanics so far as spawning rules. It's kind of like your storms as well. When the storm's going on, even when you have light in your room with you, the enemies can just kind of spawn practically on top of you. Somewhere there, I was losing a little bit of sanity, which is a little concerning. Yeah, we're fine for another trip. We're going this way a little bit more. Yeah, you like the option too. And yeah, those T3 monsters that spawn inside your house during a storm are no fun. Always have made a panic room to wait it out. Yeah, I haven't gone to that point. Usually I have a relatively small house, and just kind of hang out in there and just do whatever I'm doing. Because so far I've mostly just had like the strong drifters, like regular drifters pop in, and that's not too bad. Even the bowmen, because if they spawn in there with you, because it's such a small space, you can usually deal with them pretty easily as well. Alright, so we're starting to get properly cold. We're going to start taking damage from being too cold and not too long. It is 15 degrees Fahrenheit, which is decently into negative. It's well below freezing. So it's recovering our temperature, so let's give that just a minute. So we stop shivering constantly. I don't want to stay in here, just listen to that ting. Okay. Oh, I left my light there. I was like, that's fine. We're hitting daytime. Okay. And making more axes. So downsides, it looks like I'm doing about 2 rounds of soup a day. Which is quite a bit, considering it's 9 days per month. And each of those rounds of soup is... No, it's not 2 rounds of soup a day. It's fine. Whatever it is, I gotta deal with it anyways. Like, if it's a lot, it's a lot. If it's a little, it's a little. It's neither here nor there. Okay, there we go. Only 3 more blooms to go. Okay, neither of those have resin or anything I see. The other thing to check is if we look down there, you see the current rift activity. That has to deal with enemy spawn rates regardless of if rifts are turned on or not off. And right now we're at calm, so that's fine. That much iron would be devastating to do manually. Well, that's the reason why we set up the system we did versus doing it manually. Because sure, this is nowhere near as efficient as it could be on our charcoal. But in the time I'm dealing with that, I'm burning through about 1 stack of charcoal working on all that iron. But I'm going to be probably making a good 5, 6, 7 stacks of charcoal by the time it's done. And part of the reason I also want to do that is to get the, get so I can turn off the Hellhammer, since that little ting, 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 ting going on forever can get pretty obnoxious. So I figure, get it done, disable that, and turn on one of the other machines. As much as I don't want to, I need to stand here because we're just freezing our tuchus off. So I'm trying to remember is for transmission, so a transmission and a clutch. And I believe the idea between the transmission and the clutch is for a spot like this. I can have like the transmission here, the clutch there, and then you'll have where you can like pull the clutch, and then this will turn off, and you put the clutch back, and it'll turn it back on. That way with situations like this, I can turn on and off the machines. So one, as we're dealing with the limited amount of power that windmill can put out, that it is putting that power out on what I need it to. Also, if I get another big gear, I can potentially put another set of windmill sails on there. You can make a whole elaborate thing where you put like 10 windmills on it to just make sure it's running at full speed at all times. Okay, so we're at temperature. Do a peek at the garden. I don't have enough time to go and do a full run for the wood and expect to see anything. Okay, you managed to grow before rotting, so that's, or before dying, so that's good. You managed to finish growing. Okay. So we can drop the fabric in here. Drop the seeds in there. Go and chuck the pine cones in there while we're standing here. Drop down below. Drop you in. And you in. Okay. Oh, we don't want to go that way. So I've only got two more. The one that's there and the one that's in my hands. Or in my pocket, whatever. Then it'll be time to go ahead and probably make the anvil. And I did put a bunch of pine cones in that over here that'll end up growing. I'm not going to dig them all up right now or whatever. Like I said, I am kind of just trying to push the forest back a little. Give me some breathing room. We'll want to go and flatten some land a bit so I can put a greenhouse down, flatten some land a little bit in a different direction. It would be nice if I could get my extremely good soil. We are actually working on getting the kind of the top of the line soil going. It just takes time. Funeral bell I don't care about, because that makes us dead. I don't really need a source of even more rot. Oh, it gives me a funeral bell anyway. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, because that's minus 40 health. And for context, I have 20 health. So if I have a little bit of that funeral bell, I die instantly. I'm gonna avoid putting more charcoal in there right now. There's probably enough to do what I need. Chuck you in here. So I've got 7 of those. Let's go to our lime water and put as many of those in as we can. All right. Dealt with that. Okay, so let's make sure we get that iron going as best we can. Or not iron, leather. Okay, so I can't handle 7, but I can do 6. Put the last one back. And I'll probably need more lime water at that point. Okay. And then when that one's done, we can disable the hammer there. And we can start working on making our anvil. The big iron anvil, which is the last anvil I'll ever need. Okay. But yeah, so like that enemy, if you saw where I started losing track of him in the trees a little bit, that's part of the reason I kind of want to cut the trees back a little bit, is we're starting to see more and more of them show up around here because of all the cave entrances we found and all that stuff. And as I'm going more abroad, those areas are getting in range for things to spawn in. Okay. Then I'll get pretty much handled. So we've got all the iron. We're going to take 10 of those iron. We're going to make the anvil. And I'm going to start working towards steel. I'm going to try to not use too much iron until that point, because I do need iron to make steel. And so any iron I'm using as iron versus steel, there's that. I'll need to look up what I need for the refractory bricks. I know it was like bauxite and a couple other things. I just don't remember specifically what. Alright, so with that, I don't have a toggler, I think, so I'm going to run up here and just yoink you. Let me guess. I don't understand. It's fine. We can grab this and pick you up. Plunk you here. Now we don't have more acorns or anything on this. Put the gears and all that down here for right now. So I got a lot of stuff we want to work on slowly grinding. Put that there. Okay, so let's go iron anvil. So for an iron anvil, I need powdered borax, which we haven't seen, and I need a top and a bottom of an anvil. So it takes 5 ingots for each piece. Okay, so that's going to take a little bit of work. I'm going to make our iron anvil. And I'll put that over here somewhere. Yeah, I wonder if it's a thing I can put the big gear here. Have it power those two. It's the fact that it's like I can't put a gear here with teeth on it. It has to be at a different position. It has to be like on the end it's looking like. So I could probably put, like, the big gear there, power those two, and then I was hoping to, like, make it go up and then go down on top of the current so I have it at my level. If I have to shove it in the ground, that's fine, too. We could see if that works or not. But yeah, so what it's doing is it's slowly grinding all the bone into bone meal. Okay, so we want... work on this. I feel like I'm losing material because it doesn't actually stack high enough. Alright, just moving the material around as much as I can. Keep this base going. Because I'm pretty sure it's deleting some of the material when I put up top there. Okay, we've got the base. It's fine. It's just a little starvation. Yo, those heat up real fast. Just gonna eat something. It's not the most efficient way of dealing with it, but I'm just trying to manage it for a minute. Okay. Yeah, because we get these two pieces made. Then I just need the borax. I still think it's a big bummer that with the nature of this, if you stack it just slightly too high, the material goes to waste. I do wish it would kind of just fill in that many blocks if that were the case. Alright. That's fine. It cost me, I think, 2 more ingots than it should have, but it's done. Okay. Okay, so now what we'll need is to actually make it, I gotta have powdered borax. I don't believe we've seen any borax yet. But that's fine, so we got that. You have just finished the last of your first round of bone meal. And I'm going to need to, that's why you can shove that there. Yeah, so see if we can't find some borax. I don't need a lot of it. Just need more than 0. Okay, so we'll go in here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get ourselves some more stew going before the starvation gets to be a problem again. Okay. Got stew going. Take a little bit of starvation while we wait for that to cook. Starvation kills you pretty slowly, though. Okay. So we're just waiting for that to finish, and then we can get ourselves a couple helpings of stew. And that'll be good. Probably could have gotten away with one less firewood, but that's not that big of an issue. Okay. Good. A helping and a half of stew still. Do I have all those loaded? Yes, that is accurate. I couldn't remember if that's up to date or not. Yeah, so we got UI mod, and then the auto map mod just basically means I do something like I start mining the tin. It will mark the tin once I start mining it. Do I have any borax in here? Got clear quartz. Okay, so we have not seen borax. They would have put up there. Alright. Borax. Okay. So we got minuscule amounts down there. Really? All that surveying, I've got one pin with minuscule amounts of borax on the entire map. Delete the interesting pit. That's not a thing. Huh. That's pretty bad. Okay, well, I guess I won't worry about that right now. That's okay. That's not a priority. Okay. So, let's see. Roller logs are made with firewood. So, we want to be able to send a ship out. I have no idea how much space this needs. Just dig into this hill a little bit over here. Yes. We just have a hay bed for the moment. You need 5 rollers, okay. The suitable location near water, the boat will roll towards the blue. Oh, you big. Okay. So that's gonna take some while, I believe, to make the boat. We'll at least get an idea what we're getting ourselves into with this. So cut this away a little bit. So what I'm doing now is I am trying to deliberately cut these free. Look at the whole block. Oh yeah, no, I've prospected all over the place. We've been very good about prospecting a lot of the area. Just gonna dig this back a little bit more, and then we'll try placing the rollers again and see what we gotta do to make the boat. Because I'm sure it's gonna be deeply upsetting. Okay, so let's try now. Can I wanna rotate it. Use tool mode to rotate. The hell is tool mode? Control U. Requires a suitable location near water. Place the boat in construction. Boat will be rolled towards the highlighted area. There we go. Okay, so I need more firewood. And thank you, Damon Hunter, for the 7 stream streak. Catch the last 7 streams without missing a single one. Oh, I need both. Okay, so I need 9 logs and 8 firewood. Fair enough. Actually, you two don't go in there. You two go up here. Yeah, no, that's, you get to choose. I really don't care about the color of the boat too much. I'm more concerned about the function, so... We got pine and maple nearby. Most likely the first tree I find is going to be a pine tree. It's probably going to be the color it ends up getting. So it said I needed 9 of these. Alright. Not sure I'm seeing what over there is glowing, but I have something glowing over there. Okay, sure, whatever. Okay, so I need 16 planks. And then what the heck was the other material called? Let's see. Building a sailboat. Okay. Plumb and squares. Okay, so I need 2 plumb and squares, so that's just some stone and some thread. Fair enough. Here, we'll just take a whole stack of the peridotite. And go over here, I should have the spare thread. Where are you? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright. So I make you. Here, 2 here. 2 there. Okay, so I've got those. Oh, and then it was planks, that's right. Should have a couple stacks of those sitting around. There we go. Alright, I need even more planks, and these are pine. It's time to cut down some more pine trees and get some more planks. I know we need pine, but I'm just going to cut whatever trees we see. The spare can become firewood. And I believe we are in the absolute last day of fall. You know, quote-unquote fall. The next day will be winter. Like what's considered winter proper. Okay. Then we gotta see about the greenhouse. Like I said, it's not gonna do us any good right now. But it will mean I get to start my next season earlier. I also am gonna probably need to put some boxes in the blacksmithy area. Because we should also get the roof put on the blacksmithy area. Hey, and there's snow falling on us. Okay. Hey, Snowball, how's it going? Yeah, so it doesn't look like there's going to be a whole lot I could do about the cold, I don't think. Not till we get the oak and the tannin and all that. Okay. Here's if I heard something over there. And this will probably be good for the pine. And like I said, we'll saw the pine up into planks so we can continue making our boat. Yeah, I find that fascinating. I don't have, like, I have a light underground, and I have a light inside the building, but none outside, so I'm a little confused at seeing that light there. It's fine. It's just a little confusing. Alright. Grab the one piece of spare firewood, drop that down. Oh, we've got all that. Oh wait, there's still more down there. Fine, I'm gonna saw them. I don't feel like walking around more. And planks. Drop off the arrow we got. Yeah, I've got a full stack of sticks. Let's grab half of those. Drop them in there. Yeah, I don't know what that is. So let's look that up real quick. So let's go pine log. What are you looking at there? It's not firewood, it's not that. I don't think it's the pine quarter logs. Support beams. Gotcha, so debarked pine. I need 14 of those. Go ahead and have some more of our soup. Remote, we can chuck all you in there. Let's grab the next stack of bone. Pop over here. Keep that bone being crumbled into bone meal. Okay, so I gotta get more pine logs, which means more axes. We can drop off the firewood for now. Grab ourselves some more veggies. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Take you. Well, I need to warm up anyway, so I'll just chill by the fire for a minute. Okay, so we're getting ourselves our boat made, which will be fun. Get ourselves a proper sailboat. The greenhouse will be a tricky one. I've got lots of quartz nearby, so I could just keep mining the quartz until I get the clear quartz I need. Which honestly isn't the worst strategy. Let's grab you real quick. And cut down more trees, because I have a suspicion I'm going to need a decent number of support beams. So make 4 of the stone axes real quick. And go do a little bit more deforestation. Alright. And we got ourselves some soup, so that's lovely. Yeah, so we'll work on the greenhouse here in a minute. Start seeing what we need to do to make that happen. And also looking into what I still need to make the steel happen, because we're not really on a big time pressure for either. Just have them vaguely moving in the direction we want. Let's get a good couple of stacks of these. Then we need to debark them and make them into supports. Okay. And then we still need, it's not that much. It's something like 3 or 4 resin. But with like 3 or 4 resin, we can get the gearing. Jeez, dog. Ah! Go away. That's gonna be me dead. There was a whole family there, because the first one was brown and the second one was black. So I had two different wolves attack me. I'm gonna have to reuse my respawn gear soon. Okay, and they're right here by the house too. You suck, dog. That was pretty traumatic. Hey, Anime. Thank you so much for the 5 stream streak. I do appreciate that. I do hope you are enjoying the stream and all that stuff. Yep, no, it's a family of puppers who just rolled in and decided I needed to die. You all just go away. I'm just trying to... Ah, so it's a high activity day. Right. Okay. Because I'm sure I need more than 10 wood for what we're trying to do here. But this will be fun because I never made the sailboat before. That's part of the reason I wanted to do the big world, is I never felt the motivation to do this, because you had, like... My last world I had an okay-ish sized lake. But making a big old sailboat for traversing the okay-ish sized lake just didn't feel like it was really worth the time or effort. Versus now they've got an actual ocean. Now it feels like I properly want the sailboat. Which would be nice, because I'm really hoping I don't have to paddle it. And that comes with a whole bunch of storage. Because if that's the case, then I could potentially load it up with a bunch of food, go on a voyage, and grab a bunch of stuff from, you know, however far away. So potentially go to other biomes, collect stuff, and bring it back. I'm guessing the snow fell on me. Alright. Little by little. Yeah, probably stop with this one, because that should give me about 2.5 stacks of pine logs. have sworn I heard something walking around. Oh, the windmill's not turning. Don't love that. Okay. So, we could strip that by using the axe and a hammer. And then we can make the supports. Now, how many of those do I need? Let's grab the hammer. Before we get too far. I don't care about these. Let's go ahead and make our firewood. Have our soup. Okay, and we can drop you off in the house. I'm pretty much basically taking, anytime I have full stacks, dropping those off. Partial stacks I'm leaving here for firewood. We'll want to drop you in here. Is there a funeral bell? Yep. I'm just chucking those in with the rot. Let's let them go bad as they go bad. How much longer an eight? Oh, was that our first fertilizer done? Yeah, we got our first compost done. So compost we can use for Terra Preta. So yeah, if I grind up charcoal, we can get ourselves our best blocks. I'm not worried about doing that right now. But let's start bringing this in and keep that going. Means grab another stack of rot. Okay. So you need 14. Alright, so let's start this process. It was what? Like that? And I believe I need a saw for the next step. Grab our saw. Okay, so that means I need one more here. Oh, I've got my beams. And I'll need more. Let's just go to town. Okay, we need more planks. I already have a bunch made. Okay, so the boat's coming along nice. I keep waiting for it to be like, you need fat or resin or something to like seal it. 17 rope. Okay. That's a lot of rope. That is a lot of rope. Look, game. There's 10. 11. Got 11 rope, but I'll need more reeds to get more rope. Keep expecting to see these showing as dead from the cold, but it's fine. Okay, let's see here. So I grab this stone. I don't think I need more of that right now. Okay, on axes for a minute. Put our other tools away for a minute. Let's go in here and check the kern. Oh, it just kicked back in. Alright, that's fine. Okay, so good progress there. Let's see. So if we're going to make the if we're gonna go and make the greenhouse, I'm going to need a whole lot of quartz. Now, good news is there's a whole lot of quartz. You're not for want of the quartz department. Let's see. So, for the quartz glass, it's 2 clear quartz. Now the question is, okay, quartz glass works like that. We have regular glass, which takes either clear quartz or regular quartz or crushed quartz, and just takes a bloomery. I might just do the regular glass, because we can make the bloomeries now. It's not that big a deal. And that way, I get the nicer looking glass. That I don't believe has any meaningful difference. But I could be wrong. So let's build a bloomery and see how much quartz I can shove in it. Okay, so there's the brick. So we go like this. There's that. There's our bloomery. And we'll start with the regular quartz. Actually, I'll put you outside. Because I should have a bunch more of that, and I could use the clear quartz for lanterns and stuff like that. Drop you off. Well, I'm assuming I'm gonna need a pretty decent amount of this, aren't I? Nope, it's 24 quartz is what I can put in there. That is not as much as I was expecting or hoping for. Okay. Each round of the bloomery. Look it up. We'll just see how much glass it's going to give me. So regardless, it looks like I'm going to be tearing up a whole bunch of quartz. So that should give me glass so we can start working on the greenhouse. We're getting the really good soil going now. Same deal. Okay. I'm just gonna do laps down here. Digging up a whole lot of quartz. Even if we break both of our pickaxes, the bronze and the iron one I've got, that's fine. I've got plenty of iron ingots that I can make more pickaxes if need be. We know we can get plenty more iron as well, so I'm not super sweating that either. Are you freezing? We are definitely freezing. But that's fine. This means I run home and I stand inside for a little while. But yeah, needless to say, quartz is almost everywhere on the map, and most of the time you find it, it's in really, really big veins. So it's just not one of those ones you have to sweat too much. When I did my last playthrough, it was literally I went to dig down because there was supposed to be, I can't remember, something like copper or something we could potentially find in the area, and I got all excited. And I went to dig down, and I got like 2 tiles below where we had set up. And it was just a quartz vein for, like, as far as the eye could see in either direction. And so, you know, I couldn't take advantage of it because it requires a bronze pickaxe. So it prevented me from making, I believe I was trying to make a charcoal pit below my base. And I couldn't do it because there was this big chunk of quartz in the way. So I ended up having to, like, wait until I got bronze to deal with it. Alright, so we're at maximum temperature down. I've got more than a full stack of the quartz. Okay. Okay, let's get 2 more bloomeries going. Could you build a door and fire for your mining? Could you build a door and fire for your mining? Oh, yeah, no, I could like enclose the space, and all that. I don't think it'd be that necessary. Like, as you can see, whenever I step inside here, we start warming up a little bit. And when we take the damage, we take very little damage at a time, and we just, you know, like I said, just kind of pop inside, and that's good enough. Okay, let's get all our bloomeries going, making glass. And this is all wine, and we got our water jugs here. The other thing we probably need to figure out is getting some of this other stuff done. They've got you all walled in, except... Yeah, no, we got you all walled in and ready. Yeah, no, that's a thing, because it is a heat source. Alright, so we got the slate roof tips. Is there, like, a flat roof, maybe? I mean, the slab bricks would look nice. That requires mortar, which requires slaked lime and all that. I kind of don't want to deal with that right now. Polished cobbled rock. Oh, it's... Yeah, I'm basically looking for something to make the, So it'd be clay in 3 of those. Yeah, I can make the roof out of the slate there. Alright, so let's grab the slate block I've got. Stack of the clay. Alright. Why on earth would you put it that way? It's a slab. Okay, I was not expecting this to be... I wasn't expecting to want to put them sideways. I don't... I think you have to click at the very bottom edge. Okay. And the next thing I want to do for here is to get a lantern in there. Now once we get a lantern in there, we'll be able to see and work on that stuff. Oh, that might be a problem. I hope it's... I'm just gonna go and hope it's not. The pulverizer might be slightly too tall for this. Okay. Find out here in just a second. I'm just trying to enclose the space so I don't have to worry about stuff. I'm assuming I can't do something like that. Okay, I can do that. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, the exact amount. I was worried it was gonna be like 1 block short and just be like, come on, man. Alright, so we drop the rest of the clay off here for right now. Get this brick over here. Let's see. So I've got that. Alright, so we need the lantern next. So I go down here, grab my candle, go up here, grab 2 pieces of clear quartz. I'll need to grab some charcoal. Okay. So, what we're going to do here real fast is get all that squared away. I also need to put a door on this place. So you heat up. Let's grab that bone meal. We can drop it in here. And we can go up here and grab a stack of chalk and put in here to get processed into lime. Okay, but this way I can put a lamp in this room as well. That's part of the reason I wanted to bring the ceiling down just a bit, just so I can put the lamp over top. And this room might have to have its dimensions adjusted and all that, but that's fine. That's a normal thing you deal with. Okay. So we'll make our bronze plate, use that to make our lamp for the middle in here. Then we can make a front door, and then that gives me a, you know, fully enclosed functional smithy, whatever you want to go with. So to be able to get to steel, I need the borax. We also want to work on getting our greenhouse stuff sorted. I'm probably just going to go where we have our crops now, and those are going to end up getting ripped up. Because I was expecting them to have just completely frozen to death, given me the end result kind of thing already. It hasn't happened so far. Okay, so grab you, handle. There's our lantern. There we go. Let's get a door going for over here. Clean up the snow. Okay. So the refractory bricks require what? Refractory brick tier 1 requires the unfired. So it's bauxite and quartz need to be crushed. I see. Do I have a bunch of bauxite? Because what we'll need to do is feed them into here, and unfortunately I think it's one of those things. They feed them in one at a time, unless you get the hopper for the other side. I think we get a little hopper here and it spits out that side. Now, downside is I want to say those hoppers might only be able to be made out of copper. Yeah, so they literally can only be made out of copper. Yeah, so then the idea is you have a, the hopper and then a chute. So that on this side I could just feed the box it in there. And it spits out that side, and I can then choose to have a chest there that it gets filled up from. But that's fine. We can keep that all going. Right. I'm gonna go ahead, and since I realize I'm gonna need a bunch more quartz for that too, I'm gonna go ahead and at least break this pickaxe while it's nighttime. Okay. But I think realistically what's going to end up needing to happen here to take care of all that, is when we hit some daylight and all that, I'm going to need to find borax. That's going to be necessary for the iron anvil. That'll make my life easier for dealing with a lot of things when we get there. And unfortunately we have not found a good place for that. Okay. Yep, it's going to be borax and reeds. Because I'll need the reeds for the boat, the borax for steel. That feeling we need a lot of reeds. And we need the resin to expand our mechanical power. I'm not too worried about expanding the mechanical power, because right now I could just deal with it the way I am, which is I turn on one machine, and then I use it for a while, and then I, swap the gearing to turn on the other machine, they use it for a while. Ultimately, the idea was eventually you'd have a transmission and clutch. So you can go up to the machine, just kind of pull the lever to turn one machine on, one machine off. I'm not too worried about that. I don't feel like there's ever going to be a time that I really care to be trying to operate all those. And I could just leave it alone. I don't want to hear that hammer going ting, ting, ting. So just the trade over, it just saves me having to remove one piece and then add a gear someplace else. I don't think that's that big a deal. Okay. Alright, we'll stop there. Save my, iron pickaxe for other things. Yeah, interestingly, even though those lights are all indoors, it is lighting up the whole building. Okay, so let's put all the quartz in there for later crushing. I can put away the hammer. The lime's still going through its process. Those are getting close to done. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8. 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright. firewood. Get our next round going. So another thing we'll want to do is we can make a bread oven. Must have a different name. Cellars, crocks, storage vessels. That's not what I'm looking for. Just try oven. Clay oven. There we go. Okay. Is it literally just clay? Am I forgetting something? No. Get the coke oven, we got a clay oven. Let's see. I made one of these the last time. Like it's acting like I form it out of clay. But it's definitely not on my list here. Oh, it needs to be the fire clay? That's fine, I got that too. There we go. Yeah, that was a detail I was missing. Alright, yeah, it's the only new thing here, so let's go ahead and get that going. Because with the clay oven, I can start making, like, pie and bread and that kind of stuff. And that just gives us more options for what to do with our grains. Okay. Eventually I'm going to have to get a lot more flint to make more fire clay, which is going to be a problem. This is going to use a lot of fire clay. You have expanded food, so you're currently making fruit muffins? Nice. Alright. That'll be way faster than what we were doing. This is going to use a lot of fire clay. I don't remember this being this over the top. It's fine though. We're gonna burn through almost a full stack of fire clay. Okay. Alright, so you should be getting close to done on this thing. Yeah, I can imagine this would be something if you wanted to make a lot of food, you'd want multiple of these, and whew, that is some fire clay usage. Alright. And I'm about to run out of my first stack of fire clay. Which we made all our fire clay. I didn't find any. I got lucky the last time I played, and I found a box of desert right away, and we found like a good 2 or 3 patches of fire clay that I pulled up right away, which worked out really well, but not this time. Okay, so we're all out of that. I have almost a full extra stack of fire clay just sitting around. That's good news. Okay. And I believe we have to put this in a pit kiln to do its thing, so we're going to have to make our new pit kilns. Oh. Or it's just done. Okay. Okay, let's rearrange a little bit. Give me all this firewood. Grab you. Like you there. You get where this is going. I'm just gonna scooch the counter out a little bit farther. Give a little bit more room on the kitchen side. Because with that, I can make pie and other things. Okay. All right. And what was it to make a pie even? So if we want to make a meat pie, so I would need to place the dough on a table, create the bottom crust of your pie. So I would need not cooked bread. So you'd basically take 2 pieces of bread, put it on the bottom. You would fill it with your ingredients, and then put 2 on top, and then heat it. And it would give you a ton of calories. But you can make vegetable pie and a whole bunch of other things. Okay, so each one of those makes 12 glass. That's not a lot of glass. Ow. Okay, that's fair. Okay, so we've got those. So checking our glass, we can make leaded windows with our ingots, which is pretty fun because those actually give you proper windows. We're not going to do that right now. We can also make glass panes. by just sawing those. Which you'll want to do for the greenhouse. So we check on the guide for the greenhouse. The greenhouses can be 14 by 14 by 14. At which 50% or of the roof or more must be glass, or like must be glass, either like slabs or blocks. So needless to say, in this case, we do want to try and make that happen. So it's 14 by 14. Calculator. 14 times 14 equals 196. And we just made 72. It looks like I have to do 2 rounds of the glass like that to get the glass I need. Ow. Okay. Just gonna need to make a lot more of the fire bricks. Yeah, no, I'm gonna go ahead and make the whole roof glass this time, though. Is it a waste? Absolutely. Am I gonna do it anyways? Absolutely. Alright, so let's go get the quartz. Because then what I'll do is I'll probably make as much as I need for the purposes of, all that, and extra glass we make, I will use for stuff like the windows and all that. So I can actually live in a home that isn't just an enclosed space of darkness and sadness. So for right now, put the glass down there. Doesn't do us any good quite yet. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Now we'll need to go down below. Grab some charcoal, which we're going through at an astoundingly fast pace. Okay. So with this, we're going to have more glass being made. Drop the charcoal down there. Hey, Bassett, how's it going? They've got you set up. Put you in my hand. Put you back on the wall. Right, you will be all done. So there's a bunch of lime. I probably need to make some barrels. So we can get the, get more of the other stuff going. So that's bone meal. Where did I put the lime? In here. So there's more lime. So grab you. Grab another stack of chalk. And chuck it in to be processed. We can make more lime there. Irma, socializing drained you? Yeah, no, that happens. Oh no, they still consider us to be in fall, which is interesting considering it is flat out snow covered out there. Alright. So, do I have any more of the... I'm pretty sure we're out of the, powdered flint. You're out of the powdered flint, so making more, for fire clay is going to be a little bit of work. So we got all you. So that's more leather that's going to need to be processed. So what I need to do here is make more lime water. That way you can keep the leather being processed. Grab a stack of lime here. I need to put 50 in there to make the lime water, and then I do have a... There's the lime water. And I do have a medium hide we can chuck in there to get that processing. They're back to still having the problem that I have not been able to find enough oak trees to deal with a bunch of stuff. Yeah, so you have that other hide. There we go. And let's make at least 2 more, probably 4 more barrels. Should be easy enough. I should have spare planks. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So the plan here is we ultimately want to make tannin. So weak tannin, it is for... Okay, so I only need 5 pieces of oak. I don't think I have that. I have 3. So let's see if I can't make a couple more pieces of oak happen. Because we definitely want to get that tannin going. You've seen a couple of really small oak trees on the island, but nothing quite what we're looking for. All right. I'm actually wondering if it makes sense to put the gear... Well, no, I need the little gear on the bottom so it actually can have multiple pieces of equipment. That's right. So it hits daytime. We can definitely do more hunting. We can do more looking for oak, all that kind of stuff. They're still going through the charcoal real fast. Social is best done semi-anonymously on the internet amongst the community you choose, rather than the ones forced into you. I mean, I don't fully disagree with that. There's definitely something to be said about, you know, in-person stuff. But, like, I do very much strongly agree with, like, spending the time with the friends you choose, that kind of thing, is a way more enjoyable experience. Far less just utterly exhausting. Yeah, no, I don't have a problem with my family either. Like, I like hanging out with my family and all that a little bit, but it's definitely one of those things that's a very different experience when you're spending time with family versus, you know, spending time with your friends and whatnot. Like, not in any kind of a negative way whatsoever, for me personally. Just a very, very different experience start to finish. Hey, it's also, how's it going? You love most of your family, but you only tolerate them in short and frequent doses. Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm even quite to that extreme. It's definitely a thing that family can be exhausting at times. So it can be a thing that is draining. Versus, you know, hanging out with my friends and all that. Eventually it can get draining, but usually I find it more energizing most of the time. It's only like when you've been out hanging out for a while that you're like, alright, no, really, I think, you know, I think it's time for me to rap for a little bit, kind of recoup. You have social anxiety? Yeah, no, that's fair. I've actually had a number of friends who have historically had social anxiety who have been actively working on it, and a couple of them have actually kind of gotten to the other side where they've done a bunch of work to get through and all that, that they managed to get themselves to not need medication and still be able to go out and do stuff. But I mean, it was a whole thing, them working their way through it. Like, it just took a lot of time, a lot of effort. You know, having support along the way. And like I said, it's only been a couple who managed to get to the other side of that. You know, classic, what works for one person may not work for the others, that kind of thing. Alright. What we can do here is we'll chop down this tree. I'm gonna drop off the wood. I'm gonna make myself a couple of axes. Then instead of just chopping down every tree we see for a while, I'm gonna try and go out of my way to see, like, just kind of looking for oak trees, that kind of thing. It did a pretty good number on the forest around here. Alright. Yep, so we got all our snow coming in constantly now. The curiosity is, will the salt water freeze? Because in real life, you know, the salt water, it's not that it doesn't freeze, it requires significantly colder temperatures. So, you know, that's where you get to, like, your Arctic ice caps and icebergs and all that. that's freezing salt water. But that said, Vidya games, you never really know. Because so far I haven't seen any chunks of ice out there, and it could be that there's like a temperature range that maybe when it gets to a certain temperature, the salt water can freeze. Keep all this going so that when I inevitably need more charcoal, we've already got a bunch ready to rock and roll. Okay. I'm instinctively like, yeah, let's put the, That's all fine, you're still going. That's fine, we'll get more of those while we're out. Okay. So we're primarily out here looking for oak trees. There's an cave entrance here. But I'm not against grabbing resin as we see it. So the worst thing is like, oh, I thought I saw some in the bottom camera area. Like I said, we have cut down 2 oak trees down here, 3 or 4 or whatever, but they've all been like 1 tile high. Very small oak trees. Okay, let's mark that there is another tunnel here. There's a whole lot of bumpkus in it. Okay, so let's mark this entrance over here for the cave as well. Okay, what was that type? Oh, it's just dirt. Yeah, no, that's, I can go look at it. Really? I was pretty reckless about that. I thought it was in better shape than it was. Well, it's okay. I needed soup. And we were getting cold. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Because remember we had that before. Oh, right! It was large pelts. Or 5 medium pelts. Right. I forgot it was actually that easy. I actually have the pelts. They're literally just in a box right now. I think I've got them as scraped pelts, so hopefully that's not too far gone. Yep, it's too far gone. Yeah, so I did too much with them. Yeah, so the fur, it has to be pelt small. Pelts and hides are different branches, essentially. Yeah, so a pelt... we would cure it. Right, so that's where you use the fat and all that. Yeah, that's right. The thing is, we've been using all of our fat for, mechanics. Yep, I mean, we're gonna wander around and, do that. I'm not super worried about trying to go out of my way specifically for the pelts. I'm sure I'll run into enough. I was actually surprised that wolf got me as well as it did. How is our armor and all that? Oh, right. Wait. Didn't I have another piece of armor? I know I had a chest piece. It must have broke. Because just the crappy one made out of wood logs. Yeah, fruit trees and all that. Because I'd like to get to the point where we're able to start planting oak trees and just getting ourselves what we need for tannin to go. Okay, so you should be getting pretty close to done. That should give me more soup. Where'd my knife go? Oh, my knife's in the wrong spot, that's what. Okay. Maple. Pine. Nope. Maple. Still got a couple of days till the trees that I grabbed stuff from previously have the resin. Wouldn't be so bad, but I can't see half the time here. Well, I lost track of them in the trees. There's baby. Oh, come on. Well, we are just wasting our respawn things that we have on that. It's one of those things where it can kind of like teleport behind you just a little bit. The good news is they did mention that one of the things they want to do is that they want to fix up combat in the game, because they do recognize the combat in the game is pretty crap sometimes. So there goes one of 5 medium pelts I'm gonna, or 5 medium parts I'm gonna need for a fur coat. Right now, we'll chuck you in here. Put the fat with you since I'm reserving that for that purpose. The meat won't last very long. You can go ahead and cook that now. They already have gunpowder. Oh, it's blasting powder, that's right. Yeah, and you can use that for bombs. Do you think adding more weapon in the game is good? I'm not really worried about the weapon. Most of the problems that come up with the creatures, like, one is it's, if you notice, like, the wolf would jump at me, it would kind of spin in the spot, and it's, like, really kind of messes with your ability to fight it. They work pretty chaotically. That's kind of one pain point. That's actually one of the things I feel like Project Zomboid for a game does exceedingly well, is the zombies move in very predictable and manageable ways. And you know, the way you make it more dangerous is move them faster. The enemies move plenty fast in this already. That part's fine. But it definitely feels like the fact that, you know, sometimes they'll kind of go off a ledge, and because it's a box, they don't kind of transition down. They kind of like move and teleport a little bit here and there when it's trying to figure out what to do with them. That's one thing that makes the combat pretty rough. Another thing that makes the combat pretty rough is because they have like the leveling system on it, where it's like, I have the same enemy, but I have a slightly different version of the same enemy, and this one, I'm in a right area, and this one will one-tap me. That's another problem you have. The spawning is a really big problem. That, you know, even with like rifts or whatever, the fact that an enemy can spawn like literally right next to you, like I could be standing here and an enemy can spawn there under certain conditions. That's kind of another problem. And I understand they want to make it a threat. I'm okay with them having enemies spawn in the areas with you, but there still kind of needs to be at least a little bit of buffer so that if I'm in this corner, that like these surrounding tiles are off limits, but like maybe that corner's fine. Alright, but said you have a good one. So there's just a bunch of stuff like that. I think the enemy variety they have is pretty okay. I could certainly use in the drifters some more interesting stuff. Another thing I feel like they should add is for kind of the crap surface enemies, the drifters, that they should drop some things. They don't need to be that good at things, but like something a hair above useless. So maybe they give you some, like, really, really terrible quality food once in a while. Or, you know, stuff like that. So they more consistently give you something. Because they can drop, like, the gears and the thread stuff at a very rare occasion. Which isn't honestly that bad. But half the time you don't want to fight them because you get nothing for it. And so you're just like, okay, I would rather not fight them. And because they can spawn so aggressively and all that at times, it can be a pretty big slog. A pretty big unrewarding slog. You find this button really important. Which button? Oh, the Prime Gaming sub. Yep. And thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate it. It means a whole heck of a lot. Been subbed to the channel for 5 months, and so thanks so much. You can only use those subs in one place at a time, once per, like, 1 month at a time. Yep. Zomboid crashed when you quit to desktop without going to the main menu first. What? Why are you not going to the main menu first? Do you not love Project Zomboid? Why are you sleeping? No, I heard you. I don't have a clue where you are because I can't see you. And thank you, Orange, for the 5 gifty subs. I really do appreciate that as well. Means a heck of a lot, so thank you so much for supporting the community like that, and all that good stuff. Couldn't do this without the support that people show me, so thank you. Crashing to desktop is quitting. Yup. Oh, let's, there's something else I can chuck in there. Yeah, no, I don't need it to be like 100% you get something. It's just like kind of what I was saying is there's just a lot of the time where you put all the effort into like fighting these things and it wouldn't be so bad, but it's the fact that you fighting them and then you almost never get something for it and you're just like, you know what? This sucks. Okay. So grab those. And thank you very much, Lardine, for the 635 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. That's a heckin' big number and all that stuff. Yeah, that is bananas. And thank you, Joe Deere, for the 100 biddies. We have gotten a unreasonably large zero snow where I am. Just Florida things. It's actually been very nice in Florida right now. This is kind of like the one really nice time of the year in Florida, where most of the rest of the year is just unreasonably hot. It's been nice, reasonable temperatures right now. So trying to enjoy it while I can. Oh, do I not have any more? Oh, I don't have enough iron to do, I think. That's fine. Those could just sit there for when I need them. Yeah, normally the weather here is hot to hot and muggy. But in this particular case, we're in the one part of the year that is genuinely relatively pleasant. Okay, so let's see here. So I've got the 36. If I make it into slabs, once I do that, I can only make it into display cases and lanterns. I'm going to grab the saw to have it on me, but I won't turn those into slabs right now. Grab the other slabs. So now I gotta decide how I'm actually constructing this thing. Because we're looking at making... our greenhouse. Get back what seeds we can. Alright. And then we're going to kind of stencil out 14 by 14. And start making our greenhouse. That way, the moment the temperatures get high enough, we can start replanting stuff. Okay. We'll also slowly be able to switch our soil over to the really good stuff. And thank you, Sentient Cookie, for the 100 biddies. I appreciate that as well. Means a whole heck of a lot. And I don't have the number in front of me. I know we were right up on the fence of qualifying for the Plus program this month. Which, like I said, we're good until I think it's something like June or August next year. But if the trend continues as it's been going for this month, you already have iron, right? You can make a beehive kiln to save time from gathering sticks and grass. You just need more fire clay. Yeah, 95? Gotcha, yeah, so we're at that home stretch. You know, I remember we're like... It's one of those things I figured I wasn't going to start, you know, plugging it, being like, hey, you know, let's get over the finish line until the 27th. Because I don't want to harass people about it kind of thing, but it is a big deal at the same time, so it's like also making sure we get across that finish line. And thank you, Burning Sun, for the 5 Tier 1 subs. I do appreciate that. As a reminder, for the Plus program, only self-subs count. I don't necessarily... Nah, so gifty subs don't count, Burning Sun, unfortunately. I do super-duper appreciate it. But yeah, so it's gift subs and prime subs don't count for the Plus program. I still appreciate that you were trying to do that. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. Yeah, when I said that, and then I saw the, you know, the gifty subs either way. But yeah, so kicked the hype train over another thing. But again, thank you so much for that support. It means a whole heck of a lot. I do appreciate it. Yeah, I get why they do it. I don't agree with it. But I do understand. It's a little bit easier to game that way, because then you can have a bunch of people just rotate out their prime subs and keep a bunch of channels up. But I'm kind of in that thought process, like, well, if people are putting that much effort into rotating it around, just freaking let them. Where? Upgrade subs to a higher tier do count. Basically, tier 1 sub gets you 1 point, one plus point. A tier 2 sub gets you, what was it, 2 plus points? And a tier 3 sub gets you 6 plus points. It's roughly what multiplier it is on price from the tier 1, except the tier 3 gives you an extra point. Is the way to think about it. Like the dollar value of the lower subs, it's like that +1 for a tier 3, otherwise it's just, you know, proportionally the money spent, what's it get you? Alright, so this thing's shooting arrows at me. There you are. Been listening to him around shooting stuff at me, and I couldn't figure out where he was because he was hiding out in the dark. Ah! Okay. I was like, what am I hearing? Just get jump scared by a bear. Where did you go, bear? Where did you go? Yeah, I heard something making noise. And then it was just gone. Shame it's so dark, because I would genuinely actually like to kill that bear. There you are. Sucks to be you, bear. If you're allowed to be a jerk and then just come out of nowhere and just do that, I can go ahead and do what I'm doing right now, which is let you fall in a hole and then just pelt you with stones. Ooh, good weight on that one, too. Yeah, there will be fat. Okay. Drop the bones off right now. Alright, so we can process the bear into a couple things. And thank you so much for the hype train. Hitting a level 4 hype train at 9% with 11 gifty subs and 200 biddies. I do really appreciate that. Got an emote of sorry, I got an emote of the person drinking the water. So we can get a soaked one. If salted, oiled. Okay, so we make that into an oiled pelt. What I'm trying to do figure that out. And thank you, Joe dear, I appreciate it. And thank you for the extra 100 biddies and all that. And thank you for, was that another 100 biddies? Yeah, thank you for the extra 100 biddies there as well. So we now need to leave you just sitting on the floor to cure. So you do your thing there, and I'll figure out what happens with that. Meanwhile, I got a bunch more meat. Stupid bear. Being a big old jerk. Okay. One thing I probably need to do is make a bow and arrow at some point. Alright, so now what it was trying to do when all this crap happened is I want to make a 14 by 14 space for the greenhouse. I do have a couple of trees planted over here, which unfortunately I did put a bunch of different trees here. So let's see here. Yeah, so you don't want to put them that close. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So this would be one corner, and the other end would be that corner. That's manageable. Okay. Yeah, because I give... Actually do 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. What am I making the wall out of here? That's the first thing I gotta figure out is how am I even making this thing? What blocks are we using? Right now we could just space it out with rammed earth. Don't want to use that long term. So 1, 2, 3, there's one corner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and that's the other corner. That is going to be a problem. I'm just going to chop down those trees and move them when it comes down to it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And if it's 14 on the inside, we'd want the door to be around there somewhere. Okay. I just wanted to have enough spacing between the buildings that wouldn't be too cramped. Alright, so I guess what we'll do from here... So let's make some shovels. And all that. And keep working on stuff. Because then I'm going to go ahead and clean up that area that we've got that little fire that we were working on. We'll clean all that up. Now I am noticing we're not getting super far with the cold. It's just one of those things that I don't have that much high insulation clothing. But that's okay. We'll have plenty of stuff like wood to cut down and all that. Don't care, get out of here. Right, for right now, put you up on the wall. Drop the glass in here for right now. That'll work for the time being. Move you up there. Have some of this. Okay. So we can collect some of these paired up blocks while we're here. Okay. You know, this actually might work really well this way. I have an idea on how I can get a lot of these blocked pretty easy. Basically, we'll take all the center ones out. So I have like a grid of what's here. And then when I pull up the layer below it, all of them will just fall. Okay, so we've got all those gridded out. And technically, if I had it switch back and forth the whole way, I could do some cool stuff. I don't think that's going to be practical, though. Yeah, so we're pulling all this up so we have room for a greenhouse. It's been a long time coming. Okay. But this should give us more of the solid blocks that I can then smooth out. Hey, Lunar, how's it going? And then slowly we can get this all converted over to being our greenhouse space and all that. Oh, you're not a bronze pickaxe, aren't you? Oh, okay, yeah. For some reason, I was like, man, I don't want to use my my iron pickaxe on this. I don't want to waste it. I forgot I still had a full spare bronze pickaxe. That's fine. I've got tons of iron left, so I'm not sweating if we end up using it for some of this stuff. Okay. Okay. Yes, how are we doing? Yeah, we're getting a pretty decent number of these. Get back into that main bag. Because then what we can do is we can start replacing the floors in some of these places to be more of the peridotite that's polished. I like the green. I think it looks good. Okay. And I'll have just one more layer to remove. I'm not worried about getting all the soil in place first. It's got an emerald green quality to it, and it's abundant. Yeah, exactly. It looks good. Easy to get a hold of. Why not? So we'll worry about that side in a minute. And for those who didn't see, we got a pretty good start on our boat. I need more rope, which means I need more reed. Unfortunately, what we're running into right now is it's expletive cold outside. And we are working on curing a bear hide for hopefully making some armor or a coat or something that will insulate us more. But it's making it a little bit tricky to just jump on a boat or a raft or whatever to go looking for reed. So I need like a bunch more rope to set it up. I probably also need more sails and other things. But I wanted to get it started just so we have that at least moving. But, so the moment, like, things I'm working on is I'm working on the greenhouse. I'm working on getting the brick for making nicer floors. So I can go over to our smithy and replace its rammed earth to actually have the nice jade-looking floors that we use with the smooth polished peridotite. Okay. I could also see with as big as that boat is, making some kind of dock. As opposed to our little raft where we paddle it around. Okay. And last little bit here. Pretty soon I'm going to start taking damage from the cold. And my inventory's getting pretty close to full as is. Okay, and last little bit. I also eventually want to get way more lanterns going on here and all that. So my whole area's got a little bit of outdoor lighting so we can actually see what the heck we're doing half the time. Okay. And then this will put at the same height they're planning on having all the greenhouse stuff, so that'll be good. Another thing we'll probably also need to deal with to make this all work nice, is I'm gonna have that buffer around the outside so that the salt water doesn't ruin our crops again. And most of our farm is fine. And a lot of this area will be fine, but we'll probably have to just check the edges and make sure there's a good, like, 3-4 tiles between. Yep, so once I get this layer up, that'll be good for the moment. Because we are starting to make the super-duper really good soil. It is going to just take time, though. I've got a ton of barrels of stuff rotting right now. Okay. Yeah, now to be clear, when I say the salt encrosion, basically the way it works is the salt water will travel up to, you know, n number of blocks in, just the same as like your water does. And it's just if you have a plant growing in that space, then that plant will get damaged by the salt water and probably die. But that's why if you look over here, I've got all my farm soil, and then there's like a buffer of about 4 tiles. That's rammed earth I've got over there. That's why it's there, is it was to try and get that to stop, because my first round of crops took a pretty bad thrashing. We got plenty of crops out. I could have certainly gotten way, way, way more. But we seem to be holding up just fine for the winter so far. Unfortunately, winter's got a long way to go. And as we get later and later in the winter, we'll probably have to get a little bit more desperate on the food situation, like actively hunting any chance we get, that kind of thing. That's part of why I want the greenhouse up, is so when we start getting to like February and March where it starts to warm up, we can get the crops growing again as soon as we have the temperatures warm enough. Alright. Cool. Let's go inside for a minute. Warm our tootsies. Gotcha. You bought the game to support the devs, but you're still too scared to play it. Oh, it's not that bad. Like, it's one of those games that, while there's a lot there, so it can be a bit intimidating, it's also one that you can just kind of work on, it's fine. So go to the firewood. So drop you here. Get you lit back up. We'll stand next to the fire. Okay, so we got the rammed earth there. And we are back to a reasonable temperature again. So chuck you in there. So much of the peridotite. It's another box completely full of peridotite. If you played Minecraft Survival, you get the overall concept. You just, well, you know. No, it's like, obviously don't like force yourself to play, you're not gonna enjoy it. But genuinely it's not, like, it's very daunting at first glance, but then when you actually get into it, it's like, oh, okay, like, there's a lot going on here, sure. But it's not actually, like, too terrible or not. Okay, so we got you. And if we just one day want to be wasteful, I could definitely see making the greenhouse have glass walls and everything. Yeah, those are going to have to move. That's okay. I never really got very far with the fruit trees in this one. The last playthrough actually... the last one actually had a pretty significant fruit tree forest going. But just because we have our world map set to be so much water, we've grabbed every fruit tree we've seen, but it's just not been too many. Alright. Okay, so no water is going underneath the walls. That's good. This side over here... we're gonna need to move this, because this is more rammed earth. This was our outside border. So the downside is that means when I go and I build here, we will get saltwater problems. So I am going to have to go and deal with the other side. That's okay, because what I'm also going to do is probably rearrange where we got all our berry trees. Oh, you got a couple over there. Or not berry tree, berry bushes. Because those won't work the way I want them to. Okay, so we still have a lot more dirt to go and everything. So I can carve away on that side. What I think we're going to do is I'm going to start carving this down. Try and gradually get this all smoothed out more, because then I can give myself a place for putting the actual fruit tree orchard. Now these big sheer ledges along the sides where we've slowly expanded, taken over more and more. Okay. Fine, let's climb up here. Because luckily this one's mostly dirt. Don't have to use pickaxes to clean it up. And dirt's what I want for more rammed earth. This one looks pretty complex. What hour would you say we're looking at? Ooh, I mean, I can actually exit the save and check exactly how long. 40, 50, something like that? I don't know. Maybe more? We've definitely put some proper time into the save. Things just take time in Vintage Story. Like, a lot of the progression could be way faster. A big part of why this one's definitely been taking longer is we did make it kind of a water world. You can't tell from what we're looking at now, but we're on an island. And there's a lot of islands around us. We did find what looks like a proper continent to our south that we've been getting a lot of stuff from. But because of that, I do lose a decent amount of time with the commute to and from locations to find stuff. We had pretty rough luck with, we got some easy early copper, but after that, finding like more copper has been really, really rough, and we did finally find a proper big vein. It's unfortunately right next to a cavern system that's got some pretty awful enemies, so when I go down there, There we go. But yeah, so there's some pretty dangerous enemies that spawn down there. I would like to explore some of the underground area more. It's just so many of the lower areas, the enemies hit so freaking hard. And it kind of sucks to just get one-tapped regularly. Because in a lot of cases, like, some of the enemies outrange you and all that. Okay, so we got some more rammed earth. We're continuing to work on that. Oh, and this is low quality soil, so we don't want to use this for any of that stuff. What I'm thinking we need to do here in just a minute is pause on this build, and while we've got a chance during the daylight, see if we can't find an oak tree. Because we want to get the leather working farther along, but I'm running into the problem of I need oak to make tannin. And this island is primarily just pine and maple. We found a couple of birch and a couple of oak over the time, and that's been about it. But, like, it's not even enough oak to get one pass or whatever you want to go with. Okay. Cool, so I've got that all built up. So now what needs to happen is over here. Going to just expand the platform we live on. And the reason we're doing this is to try and minimize the amount of salt water that actually gets into our greenhouse. Because that'll kill our crops. And I realize I don't need to go all the way to the bottom, at least I probably don't. But from an aesthetic side, I kind of like that the rammed dirt sort of looks almost like a cement concrete kind of material. So it makes sense it would be like based on that. Okay, so we can drop off our bowls for a minute and all the other stuff. There's your arrow, there's your fabric. These are all fine, we'll want those with us. The rest of this is all fine. I'd rather not spend my limited daylight. Well, I mean, we're freezing cold. I'm gonna have to. Let's get ourselves some quick soup going. I'll warm up using the soup. Okay, so you're 31% cured. Okay. So make ourselves some quick soup real fast. And like I said, we need to make that oak happen. That's... We got some out there, we just need to find it. And if not, we just keep killing animals and all that kind of stuff. And while that cooks, let's see if any of our barrels have finished over here. Okay, there's that. We can scrape you. Yeah, so those are getting pretty close to done. I could just chuck the rest of the rod in there and get those done for now, since they are sitting there anyways. There'll only be 2 more barrels. There, that's all the rot I can put in there to keep making our compost. And those all go soon. Okay, let's warm up by the fire. Drop your hide in there. Man, it's only like 2 in the afternoon in game. It already starting to... Wait, what? Would you all calm down? It's supposedly a calm day. Heck was that noise? Okay, where's Spidery Friend? All right. So I don't know why those were so active, but we got them taken care of. Drop you. Drop the arrow. Okay, let's try leaving again. And what we want are oak trees. We've seen a very few here. Wait, what? Oh, there's some peat there. Mark that for later. That's all maple, maple, maple. More maple, maple. Try going higher elevation, maybe. Larch. Okay, come on. I'm also trying to watch the leaves, even if we don't see the actual wood oak. If we see oak leaves, we can potentially get an acorn too. There's more larch there. I wish I kind of kept note where I had seen the oak. More larch. It's mostly birch. As far as like the little underbrush stuff. Okay. Yeah, this little area down here is kind of a bust. There are some massive maple trees down here. Okay, we got another cave here. Let's mark that. These are all places I want to check out eventually. It's probably a place I want to bring some armor with me and everything. Pine, pine, maple, pine, pine, maple. Bunch more maple. Heard a chicken. Surprise, a small Come on, acorn. Okay, we have an acorn. Give me more acorn. Okay, so we did get a singular piece of oak. And an acorn. Okay, and none of those will be ready for a hot minute. Pine, pine, pine. We need to trim the underbrush here. I can barely navigate some of this place. Where? Ah. I heard it, I couldn't figure out what direction it came from. Oh, it looks like my my respawn gear thing ran out. This wildlife has been most unkind. Eat that for a minor hit point bonus. Wouldn't be so bad, but in the dark, just walk up on them. Come on, man. At a minimum, I need one more oak. Because with one more oak, I can make some weak tannin. Fine for days? Yep. It very well could be a thing that we just keep hacking back the forest. I was really hoping for at least a little bit more. Oh, I think the reality is I'm just gonna have to hit a different area so I can find a different biome that's got oak more readily. Now, we did get ourselves a singular acorn for one more oak tree, which is not super great, but it's better than nothing. Because then what I could do with this is go by the house and plant it somewhere that I'm not going to just rip up later. So I'll eventually get the oak tree, but I think it is going to be a thing. I'm going to have to hop in a boat or a raft or whatever and make my way over. Because there's just nothing. Okay, so for this, the oak tree I'm planning on growing. So that just deletes it. Oh, that's gonna be right by the fire pit. We'll probably go out to the edge here. There. We got a spot for an oak tree to grow. I'll grab some quick dirt. Some crappy dirt. And fill that farmland spot in. Okay, now I need 5 to do what I want, and I've got 4. Like I said, I think the unfortunate reality is I am going to have to take the raft to do any of that. Is there anything I really should or want to do before hand? So we got that. Let's grab the glass. We can put the ceiling on this thing. So grab all you, and grab my saw. And I know I only need to cover 50% of this. I am going to be covering more. I apparently missed a spot. That's lovely. We're making this into a greenhouse in here. We'll be able to get all snow off the ground. Now, a greenhouse doesn't mean I can grow throughout the entire year. What it does mean, though, is I can kind of extend my season, you know, a good maybe month or so on either side. Okay. I'm really happy it's now those things where you gotta pick up the block and it's because it's glass you destroy it. I know people are like, ah, but realism. It's like, right, but also realism, you don't just misclick something into existence. There's time and effort that goes into jacking it up real bad. Okay. What should happen is when I finish the roof here, the whole place should, like, get a green shimmer or some about it. And then when I look at the dirt, it should specifically mention that it's, you know, got a bonus and all that to it. Okay, it's also interesting that wherever I put the glass, because it almost has like a negative effect to the lighting, it's making it so I can see the stuff that I shouldn't be able to see because it's dark. Which is kind of a cool, probably non-intentional phenomena. Oh, I still have 8 more. Okay, I'm pretty sure there's no more glass in there. So I'll go ahead and probably load up the bloomery with more glass. Double check. Okay, no glass in any of you. We can check for the quartz here. Okay, that'll be enough for those two. I don't think we need to do all of them. I'm already being pretty wasteful with a lot of my resources doing this, but, you know, sometimes you just want to make stuff look nice. Okay, we can go here. Let's see, also you can take half slabs and put them into the crafting square to make the vertical, horizontal, vertical only. Oh, interesting. You can chisel them to remove the black lines if you like. Gotcha. Those are cool things. I do like how much they let you do with the chisel and all that. Alright, you coming along? You're 50% cured. You got a long way to rot. Yeah, you got 48 days, so I'm not gonna worry about you for a while. It's just forever dark. Okay. Oh, looks like I got some compost ready. Cool. Yeah, so we got the compost, we got some bone meal. I will need to get a bunch of charcoal for crushing. Okay, so it's missing one spot of ram dirt. I can make that happen. This is the first winter we're playing in this playthrough. It's not my first time playing Vintage Story. But, we're in relatively good shape. Okay, so I've got that all closed off. I want to add a door. We've got our ship mostly going. I need more rope is my problem with the ship. Okay. Alright, so I'm probably going to need to do is get some more food ready. And then when we hit daytime, head towards land looking for oak trees. Yeah, because I need 17 rope and I've got 11. But we've exhausted most of the materials I can make rope from. Like, if I find a bunch of vine, we can make that work. Let's see. Do we even have any vine? No, I think we used it all for making rope. Which is fair. Okay. A pine tree there. But they have quite a few places that there's no tree. I mean, you got like little bushes, just some of them are getting pretty big. I think it's just a matter of I'm going to have to go out here with shears and just start lobbing down everything. Okay. And I'm just going with, I got a bunch of axes. I'm going to chop down more trees while we wait. Because middle of the night, it's way below freezing. It is calm. You know what? Change of plan. Oh, I don't have my rope ladder because my rope ladder's over by the iron, isn't it? I was gonna say we should check out some of these caves while things are not awful. But I don't have the rope ladder to get down to the caves in a meaningful speed. And the last time we went down there, there's all sorts of awful enemies we ran into. But the hope would be I could pop down there, take a little look around, and get back out before things get too hairy. Okay. But baby, it's cold outside. It is genuinely cold outside. In the game, it's 5 degrees Fahrenheit or negative 15 degrees Celsius, depending on which units you're using. Also, you can sleep. That's no fun. Well, I hope you at least, you know, manage a little bit there, Night Dweller. Always sucks when insomnia is doing its ugly deed. tend to sleep during the day, which kind of sucks. Yeah, no, I hear you. It's the same thing here, as I consider myself third shift with the hours I keep. You know, it's a deliberate decision, but, you know, there is negatives to it. Similar temperature here, but say la vie. Yeah, the idea here is I've got a cloth hat, and I've got some fairly ragged clothes. And that's what we're working with. Okay. Was 73 yesterday? Yeah, no, it's, where I'm at in real life, it's about 75 degrees during the day. Because we don't get that cold. Yeah, no, we got it curing on the floor. It's just taking its sweet time. Yep. Alright, that's fine. But yeah, my expectation is we keep hacking this forest back and make it a lot easier for us to spot stuff and fight. We're gonna get all that charcoal I'm gonna certainly need. I'm honestly surprised by, like, how early it was getting dark. We had it get, like, dark properly at, like, 5 p.m. in the game, 4 or 5 p.m. Which means we gotta be pretty far from the equator on the planet. Like, if we were anywhere near the equator on the planet, we shouldn't be getting that dark in early November that fast. That said, if we're getting into, like, the single digits of Fahrenheit to negative Celsius degrees, that does also tell me that we're either, like, temperate, maybe pushing a little colder. Let's cut down this one. Maybe an interesting thing if I need shears, or if I need sticks at some point, just come shearing all this underbrush out of existence. Okay. Stand next to these for a moment, warm up. Did you find any beads before winter hit? You missed that part stream. We did not. Okay, so we're just giving ourselves a chance to warm up real quick. And then I'm going to need to make myself a bunch more axe heads, so I could split this into firewood. That's a shovel, that's fine, I'll take one of those too. Okay. Fun fact for the uninformed, minus 40C is minus minus 40 Fahrenheit. Yep, they're both the same. Like, when you hit minus 40, the units don't matter. Gotcha. Base looks really good. Yeah, the base coming along really well. We're working on getting our greenhouse built. It won't do us any more good this year, but you know, for it to do its job, it's got to exist. Pop in here and drop some stuff off. So I want to drop off the acorns. And pop over here and drop off the unit of vine. Okay, we can put the shovel up on the wall. Take the one incomplete stack. So I'm going to try and do here, to quickly get all this firewood dropped down here, and I'm going to try to race over to either the continent or one of the other areas nearby. With the hope that we can make something happen with the their stuff. Let's pop down here and just see if that bear hide is done. 66% cured. Alright. So let's go grab our boat. Actually, do we go to the mainland? Let's not go to the mainland. There's a big island over this way. We're here for oak. That's all we want right now, is we're looking for oak. Oh, 1 second. With oak, I can get tannin going on. This is dumb. 1 second. Just spill this. But with a tannin, we can start processing all those leather hides have been piling up. We can turn that into sturdy leather. Or was it sturdy leather? It doesn't matter. I can turn into leather, and with the leather, I can give myself better bags. And with the better bags, I can hold more stuff. I can also make myself some armor, stuff like that. But it's one of those things that just takes time. Now, what we can also do here is, once we start getting cold, I can plunk down a little fire. If need be. Oh yeah, because our body temperature's just dropping. Just utter free fall. Looks like you got a forest down there, so let's head that way. Yeah, because those are pines to my right. Let's split the difference. Because to the left there's a forest. To the right I can see those tall trees are pine, but I can't quite make out what the ones in the middle are. They're probably maple. Yeah, that's the reason we haven't been venturing very far since we started properly getting snow and everything. It's really rough. But it wouldn't be a big deal. I could pull up like one piece of dried grass, get like one chunk of wood and cut it into firewood, and we can just heat up if we start taking proper damage. And that's an easy to recognize spot on the minimap. Oak leaves. Give me acorn. Okay. I'm hoping for an acorn, because every acorn I get is a tree I can plant. Regardless, that's at least the one more oak I need for my first round of tannin. That's a pine tree, maple, birch, maple, birch, maple. So we got oak branches. Come on, acorns. Maple, maple. Birch, birch. Okay. Well, the good news is I am getting lots of trace amounts of oak. It's a shame all the oak trees growing here are microscopic. Come on, we just gotta find ourselves a nice 100-year-old oak. You know, where the tree's bigger than our house. Okay, well, we got our first acorn, so at least I can plant them. Maple, maple, pine, birch, birch. Maple, birch, what about you? You maple? Oak. Maple. Just ripping up leaves everywhere, desperately seeking acorns. Alright, if I can get 10 oak, then 10 oak gives me enough to do a full batch of strong and weak tannin. Or no, that's not true. I'd need 15. Because I need to make 2 batches of weak and then make 1 of the weak into the strong. Alright, so... Was that not as... Alright, so let's go ahead and get this. We are freezing to death. Is it winter or something? Yes. We are in mid-November. So cut down this pine tree real fast. It's much bigger than I gave it credit for. We're going to chop that into firewood. Grab a single piece of grass. Plunk you down. Plunk you down. Light that on fire. Have ourselves a snack. And we're slowly warming up. That's an oak tree there. That might be a maple. It's kind of hard to tell. In the game, the leaf patterns are very similar. In real life, oak trees and maple trees, so far as the leaves, look very different. Okay. Just little by little. What I want to find is if I can find one big oak tree. Just one. And that should be plenty to get us through. I do wonder if we started growing these, like where I could kind of control where they're at. If we could do stuff to help ensure that we get bigger trees out of it. So maple, maple, maple. Don't pick a fight you can't finish, man. Walnut? Okay. Okay, so we got some walnut trees there. Maple, maple. What are you over there? I think that's more walnut? Oh, it's a big oak right before then? Ah, here we go. This is what we're looking for. Go ahead and give me these, since I'm standing right here. Alright, so this should take care of some... Yeah, no, that's all good. I figured we were eventually going to find a big oak around here. Alright. Yeah, so once we grab this, we should be able to return and put this to use to start making our tannin, start making our actual leather pieces. This is going to be like raining a sky of oak. Ooh, I can't reach those branches. It's fine. We'll have to come back with the shears. I saw at least one other big oak tree. I'm gonna tear this one down and just take whatever it gets me. The other one we're gonna take the time to like climb up and then shear all the leaves off the top to just try and get ourselves a bunch of acorns. There's a big oak tree, so I'm gonna break things. Yeah, I can see his. Yeah, no, I haven't had any of those yet. Go through, unfortunately. I think those are more tropical, if I'm not. But it's either tropical or like full-on boreal. I'm assuming it's just one of the other biomes. Climate, whatever you want to go with. That's not all what I wanted to do. I wanted to pick you two up, make another axe head because I broke all of my axes trying to chop that down. Okay. You wonder if the walnut trees give you walnuts? I would suspect so. And then, you know, you could cook the walnuts. The catch would be with the walnuts, would I need to destroy the leaves? So would I make it a habit of just cutting down the tree in a cycle? Because in real life, for farming walnuts and stuff like that, you grow the tree and then you basically shake the tree to get the walnuts down and then sweep up the mess. You know, and that mess contains all your walnuts and then you wash them off and do whatever you gotta do to them. But in the video game, there's no shake tree button. Make yourselves another axe. We got a lot of that stuff stuck up there. And as the tree gets smaller, it's easier to like knock it down another level. But it gives you an idea of how much oak we're getting. We're breaking multiple axes on one tree, which is kind of the dream. Because that means we're going to have a ton of oak. We'll be good for tannin for a while. Okay. So let's grab you. Okay, I think I've got all we're gonna get out of here. I'm not seeing any more oak laying around. Not that I need much more. Yeah, so we got another oak tree for later. What tree are you? You're a monster. Oh boy. We'll just go ahead and King of all oak. Green. Here we go. So next time I need oak. That monstrosity up there. That's got us covered for years. Okay, there's another cave system right here, so let's mark that spot. So that's really good news that we've got our oak settled, because the sinner's like, how can I not find any oak? Like, don't get me wrong, of the trees we had in our area the last time I played, oak was the one I found the least of. But it's not like I had to really try to find it either. Drop some sticks in there, grab our paddle. And with this, we got some tanning to do. The other thing I'm going to need to do is probably take some of our bronze, making more nails and hinges and all that, and make some more chests. So probably put a set of 2 chests in the blacksmithy area, so that way we can keep all the ore and all that there. Because... oh, no, wait, I got my giant crate. I could just dump all this oak in one of the giant crates. And that should be pretty good. Because those giant crates have pretty consistently large amounts of storage we can work with. Yeah, no, so I'm glad I went that way instead of the mainland. The mainland probably also would have gotten me my oak trees. But it would have been a much bigger journey down there. It does make me curious with the sailboat for exploring the map and seeing, like, the different biomes. Like, loading that thing up with a bunch of long, like, you know, bread or pies or stuff that's got a long shelf life. And then just sailing. And just seeing, like, how easy it'd be to reach the next type of biome. Like, whether it's going to, like, full-on boreal / Arctic kind of thing, or hit the tropics, whatever it ends up being. Too far north. Shouldn't be. It's showing my house icon to the south. Oh, it is. Oh, there it is. Are there bigger boats? Yes, I'm actually, as we pull up here, you'll notice I actually got a bigger boat dry docked because it's not finished yet. I don't have the rope to finish it. I gotta wait till we can get some more reed. Yeah, so that's gonna be my sailboat. Unfortunately, until I get that rope, it's just gonna sit there. Keep 1 stack on me. Okay. Planted some acorns. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, two, three, four, 5. Okay. Drop you off. Need to go grab a bucket. Because then we can load up all that water. Okay, then I'll make weak tannin. And weak tannin. And weak tannin. Cool. So we've got all that going, so that's good news. Between the weak and the strong tannin, we'll be able to get ourselves some proper leather and get all that going. So in the meantime, though, we are about to start starving. So let's go deal with that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Pop up here. Already had a bunch. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lighter fire. Okay. Now bear with me, chat. I have really got to use the restroom, so I'm going to do that real fast. I'll be back here in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. And I hope you've been enjoying the stream. All right, and we are back. Okay, so we can warm up, get ourselves some nice soup. Some nice onion carrot stew with boiled turnip. Sounds very beige. It's a very, very beige sounding soup going on right there. Honestly, that doesn't sound bad. I'd eat that. Onion carrot stew with boiled turnip? That sounds like a solid stew. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm far more partial to, like, you know, chilies and that kind of stuff, but this would definitely be a stew I could get. I'm not quite sold on the idea that the turnip has twice as much volume as everything else. Like, it's 1 part turnip to 1 part literally anything not turnip. I'm not sure I'm super keen on the ratios going on. Yeah, boiled turnip, like, don't get me wrong, it's not the thing I'd be, like, the most super excited about. But it's weird that I like boiled turnip in the stew, because I'm cooking it in the stew. Because wouldn't it all be boiled? That's post Dark Ages right there? Absolutely. Aw, man, the, whenever you read about the whole thing where they have, like, the forever stew, where you just have, you know, your big, like, pot in the middle of the house, so you go out, you know, you get some meat, you huck it in there, you manage to get yourself a hold of a potato, it goes in there, whatever you can get, it goes into the stew, like that kind of thing. You know, the cursed stew. Yeah, the perpetual stew that cooks forever. And I know people are like, oh, but it's cooking all the time. It's fine. You're like, nah, man. Nah, hold up. Hold the heck up. There's a reason we don't still do that. Sure, a lot of bacteria and other problems will get resolved by the fact that it's continuing to cook. You're not wrong. But sooner or later, you're gonna get one of the bacteria that doesn't work for. And you're gonna get a real happy place for that bacteria to be. Turtles were a centerpiece for Europe till we took back colonial discoveries. Yeah. I mean, we still have the 7-Eleven perpetual hot dog rollers. Oh, I've already mentioned when I worked at a Oh, those are still scalding hot apparently. Yeah, they're just 500 something degrees Celsius. It's okay, we'll just block that. Put the 500 degree glass in my pocket. Wouldn't want to burn myself. Okay, we can drop off a bunch of these sticks for right now. Okay, this poor inventory needs to be organized. And I don't know what to do about it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's grab the fancy gear and the resin. And we're just gonna pretend those are metals now. Because I don't want to deal with it organizing my inventory at this time. Actually, not worry about that. Let's see. So how are you doing? Alright. Because I'm leaning towards the idea that Sorry, I'm getting distracted because I grabbed that in a way I wasn't expecting. Only get, like, the one. I'm leaning towards the idea of making a bunch more firewood so we can make a bunch more charcoal. And the reason for that is I'm going to need the powdered charcoal for making the super soil. Whatever it's called, the Terra whatever. But I have to grind up charcoal to do it. And charcoal's what I also need to smelt things. I got a pretty good fire pit going. I think we try and finish off the current layer. And then with that... Oh, if I can pick it up now, that means we're probably good. Oh, guess not. It's fine. What I was saying is, so we make the charcoal pit, and we set that up. And then we start grinding some of the charcoal we have now to being able to make our fancy dirt. Here, we can fix this. Grab my tongs. And now I can hold the smoldering hot glass. I can go in here. So I don't want to go and make a bunch more slabs if I don't need to. It's probably at least half of these still. Maybe even all of them, but still. It's pretty soon we'll have this enclosed. And then it'll be considered a greenhouse. I'll have to add the door before it can be considered a greenhouse, but we get considered a greenhouse. Alright, so it's going to be all of them. I might need to do a little bit more. So close to done. We won't be able to use the greenhouse in the winter. But it does mean we will be able to get kind of a jump start in the spring. Oh, I'm going to be just like 4 tiles short. Boo. Boo, game. It's fine. I was wondering if I actually wanted to just deal with that. It's fine. I'm going to want more glass anyways. I believe with this, I'm going to have to actually get more quartz. Oh, you're saying, oh, no, I can see that, replacing the corners. It's not a bad idea. Yeah, because I'd rather not. What do I want to put for the corner blocks? Chuck those in a box. They don't need to be here. Slate. I think I ran out of slate. I think I used the last of the slate. That's what I was actually checking for. So I've got these tiny pieces of roof, but they're not They're not what I need. I'm pretty sure I used the rest of them. Then stone. Yeah, I'm leaning to something here. We can probably do a little bit of peridot cobblestone. No, that'll probably look weird being above us. Soil's not gonna do. Sandal fall. Not the aged oak. Gonna make this polished anyways. Let's just polish it and we can use that. So polish was what? Chisel and hammer? Yeah, chisel and hammer. So let's polish the stone and put it in the corners. And then we got room over here. Well, actually, either way, we're still polishing. So give, boom, and boom, and boom. Pretty soon, I'm going to need to make myself a new hammer. All right. So I'm thinking we do. They mentioned wanting to replace the floor in here. And make this nice. We can work on that. Which then gives the ram dirt, which matches the rest of the place there. So let's see, do you pop up when I do this? Alright, good. I was hoping you wouldn't. Okay, so I'm hoping all this stuff will stay in place when I put these and I won't have to, like, replace them again. If I do, it's fine. Okay. That's fine. We have to pick up the large wooden gear. It's just been sitting here anyways, because I need a second gear for my, like, to be able to use it. Let's go over here, plunk this gear into a box right now. There we go. Okay. So now I can go over here. And now since we had a door to the place, it should be a greenhouse. Let's test that before we bother doing too much else. So for you, boom, there's our door. I wonder what the easiest way to tell. I believe we'll see changes to the soil. Alright. So for the moment, I'm just trying to go in here. Rearrange a bunch of this. Get the snow pulled up so I can actually see what's going on. Yep, there I saw it. Greenhouse plus 5 degrees Celsius. Nice. So we've got our functional greenhouse. Now let's go ahead and finish putting this down in here. Keep this all looking better and better. One square, it updates gradually. Like, there's a refresh of types with that. Okay. So when we go in there later, it should just mark it as all of them. It doesn't matter for right now. It's going to be too cold to grow stuff anyways. But what that does mean is once we start seeing the temperatures getting to be roughly correct for growing the crops. Oh, well, I didn't think that through. Then we can work on that. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Can grab you, drop you in here. Okay, so let's see what we want to be working on here next. Oh, I need to drop these in the blacksmith still. Because we're going to want to get a bunch of our stuff going better. There we go. We want more stuff to be ground up. Grab the bones. You get those getting ground up so you keep getting bone meal. There we go. Okay, so now what we're going to do is pop over here. Because I still need to kind of insulate this side against the ocean water. And that's just going to take time. This is also area where if I decide I want to expand later, I've already got myself a little platform. I'm going to need to make that like 3 tiles deep out, or 3 tiles wide out there. Don't worry about that yet. So you are ready for more hides to go in. Keep working in this since we have the tannin and all that going now. Cool. Meanwhile, we can pop back down here and check on that bear hide. Alright. So with this, we could make black bear hide armor. You require rope and bones? I literally just got rid of my rope and bones. Okay. The problem is, my bones are in there. Because Innerez is going to need them for that. Okay, so you require 8. You require 4. And that does penalize a lot of your stats, but that's okay. I definitely want the chess piece more. Let's go ahead and get ourselves some more soup going. Warm ourselves up, and see if we can't pick a fight with something. Maybe get ourselves some more, more bones. Because it shouldn't be dark too much longer. Okay. I don't need the saw to be on me anymore. We don't need the tongs to be on me anymore. The sun is just starting to come up. That's annoying. Okay, piercing damage when thrown. And then we have the iron phalanx. And it's a special weapon for fighting the unnatural. We're probably going to need to make a spear. Got a bunch of arrowheads. But I guess you already made the spears all that. Do I have a spare spear on the wall? No. Okay, well I don't necessarily want to waste good materials on just a regular old spear, because I'm going to do a bunch of blacksmithy. So we're going to be a bit like this. The other thing to consider would be arrows. Like getting yourself an actual bow. There's a backup spear. Let's see what a bow would take. It's like a simple bow. That's just twine. I can actually make that right now. And then the recurve bow requires the bowyer trait. The long bow requires leather. Okay. So we need 2 pieces of wood. Alright, we can make that happen later. Okay, so we're on our way looking for things that have bones in them. Okay. And that meat only stays good for a short while. It wasn't a dog, it was a tiny deer. That's the reason why I, like, paused for a second. I was like, what are you? It was like, a padu deer or something like that. It just ran up against the wall. There's a thing where the snow makes the, voodoo deer. Something like that. But there's a thing where the snow makes the block a little bit taller in front of it, so some of the animals will just get stuck because they don't know what to do, because, you know, they see the block as being too tall for them to jump up it. I absolutely need to burn this entire forest so I can actually see what I'm doing. Okay. Oh, our copper spear broke during that. I was getting ready to be like, okay, so I should have a mostly spent spear that I could throw, and I'll have the other one ready. And then notice I couldn't find the spear I was going to throw because I had like 1 hit left. All right. Kind of hoping to get a view of the wolves before we got in here. And that's the clay pit. I got plenty of clay. And hey, it makes Simplex get the 245 stream streak. Thanks so much for that. A couple big streaks drop in today. Someone killed the hen. Alright, I see you, wolf. Okay. That should be enough bones to get myself a piece of the armor. Imagine how hard it would be to skin a wolf 10 meters underwater. Yup. Well, you drag the wolf up to the surface to do it. Alright. So I want to head home and cook the meat. Okay, so the resin's still not back, but it's getting really close. Right about now, what I can't see anywhere is when I get ambushed by another wolf. And then I get wrecked because I desperately try and defend myself while hitting tree branches and all sorts of stuff. Okay. I need to not keep that lantern on me at all times. It uses up more of my hunger for no reason. Let's pop over here real quick. Take 10 and see how that goes. Drop off the animal fat and the small bones. We've got 2 medium hides that are raw. Drop you in there. That's fine, that's fine. Get you ready over here. Grab you. Let's see here. Need bones and rope. I really don't like using this rope for this, but it's fine. I need armor. It's armor. We got ourselves some black bear armor. It does give us some insulation. Put the rope back. Put the bones back. Okay, so it's just gonna keep cooking for a minute. Alright, so back to where we're trying to get our charcoal up. Because we get that charcoal up, we can start grinding the charcoal. That way we can make our super amazing soil. And also just kicking this forest line back more and more. As far as getting a lot of stuff like steel done during the winter, that's gonna be tricky. Hello, resin. Alright. Because, yeah, we're gonna knock this back, keep firewood going. Oh yeah, no, that's fair. It's fine. Because what's ultimately going to happen after that is when we get another bear, I'll make the head and the legs. It's all good. Oh, yeah, no, I imagine the headgear does look cool. Just grabbing those vines up while I was looking at it. See if we can't keep replacing some of our rope. Because that's what we need for our sailboat, is just a bunch of rope. Okay. I heard you, doggo. Where you is? I was gonna say, I knew something was up when it turned that way. It didn't come back. That's fine. We're gonna finish the job. It ran to the brush and is like just waiting for it. It's like, what's going on here? Why are you behaving like this, wolf? Oh, wait, I want your bones. Alright. I need to be using better weapons. This is just a splint spear. I've got iron. I should be using iron. Okay, all the barrels are still going. No iron spears and vanilla? Ah, gotcha. Well, I mean... Okay, well, maybe not iron, but you get the point. The point doesn't change. I've got better materials for better weapons. I should be using them. Alright. Eat a bunch of bear and wolf. And get you to make one of the replacement units of rope. Chuck you in there, chuck... Oh, resin's not in there anymore, is it? Chuck you in here. Yeah, Cap said copper bronze, unfortunately, and yeah, he just didn't want you to spin your wheels for 10 minutes trying to make one, when logically there's no reason you shouldn't be able to make one, but you still can't. Yeah, that's kind of one of the things, well actually what we should probably do, I literally just had the wood to do it and I just chopped it apart. We should probably make the larger bow. So you can do there. They give me a range option. I do have the iron phalanx, which it's heavily implied that it's meant for dealing with like the wolves and that kind of nonsense, or not the wolves, the drifters. All right. But yeah, I should really be making some iron tools and using those. So instead of just sticking with flint and stone, it always feels weird to use like iron for an axe and you know you're just gonna burn through axes and that kind of stuff. But at the same time, what's the point of having it if you don't use it? Okay, nothing exciting about this tree. I'm also just trying to get rid of a whole bunch of these things to clear things up. Because eventually I'll probably want to just mostly plant the oak trees as able. We've cleared out a lot of the forest around here. It's also interesting to me that the last playthrough, we decimated the forest. Like, the last playthrough, we had a forest tile by us, and it was utterly gone with how much wood I had cut down and all that. And I just haven't seemed to have needed nearly that much wood this time. We're still using a lot of it, but nowhere near the same capacities. Now, it could be we had a lot of birch by us on the other map, versus this one I've got a lot of pine and maple. And the pine and maple, I do feel like they are generally larger than the birch. That by and large, the birch are relatively small trees. So it could just be I was able to decimate an area because these specific trees we had didn't give me as much materials. Do you want to fight you? I need to get all this brush out here so I can actually see what I'm trying to fight. That's what I keep coming back to, is the brush just seems to keep growing. Hey, little baby puppers. Where did I lose you? Where's mommy, little puppers? Okay, well, Wolf got away. Unless he wants to sit there and just howl for me. Yeah, they get low on life and run away. It's just like I said, it seems to be that over time, the woods are just getting more and more like undergrowth. Yeah, I need to not mess with that. I'm just gonna get one tapped because I'm low on health. But like genuinely just need to go through shears and just demolish the woods over here. Okay. Got the pine cone. Get a bunch of that stuff up. We've almost got enough that I'm gonna chuck down the soil on top and get this going. Is sailboat complete? No, there's a good chance I'm gonna have problems getting it complete until after winter. Just by the fact that the reeds don't seem to be growing, and we're struggling to go very far before the cold starts to become a real big problem, which limits my range of travel. And I need a lot of rope. It's not I need a little rope. It's I need a lot of rope. The sailboat's over here, and it's basically just waiting on rope right now. And then this armor that we made did take rope as one of its materials, which didn't help that cause. Alright, so we got our barrels of tannin. Let's go here and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And for right now, you'll become strong tannin. Give me those pelts. Okay. So get those processing. Still got more bones, we can put those away. Alright, we've got all that. Clearing up inventory space here. That should be enough bones for the next piece as well. Alright, yeah, so one more stack of firewood should do it. And then with that, we will be pretty much set to get a bunch of charcoal being made. Once I've got that charcoal burning, I'm not so fussed about putting the other charcoal to use. Oh wait, that's an oak. We're still going to be trying to collect acorns from the oaks, so I can keep planting them nearby. Yeah, we can find trees with big vines on them and put those to use. That's part of the reason I've been circling around a bunch of these pine trees before I cut them down, is just to see if I get lucky and I can find a bunch of pine. Or a bunch of vine. Because every 3 vine I find is 1 rope, and I need something like 17 for the next phase, and I think there's going to be multiple phases. I also know there's a thing called rigging that I believe we need, and an anchor, and I believe those also require rope. So all in all, pretty much all that just means I need a lot of rope. If we get to the mainland and be able to not have to just like hop from campfire to campfire, I could probably find some, but probably not the priority right now. Okay. Our axe will break on this one, but this should be more than enough to get our charcoal pit going. Then we can get our Terra whatever soil. The really, really good soil. And if we're lucky later on, we'll get potash to boost it even more. Alright. We still haven't found bees, which is really rough. Because at least once you get one set of bees, you can just, as long as you're patient, just can keep putting down the skeps, which is going to be more reeds. You can just keep putting down the skeps again and again, and then just keep making more and more and more beehives. And then once you get a certain number of them set up, you can just kind of go through a rotation of them. Kind of I figure it's going to happen. That's fine. Okay. We also have a ton of berry bushes that I'd like to get planted. We just haven't prioritized that because it's winter, so they're not going to do a whole lot. Which is fine. The other thing we need to be going for is the borax for the anvil, but that's not really a priority right now. Because again, freaking cold. Good time for me to work on base stuff because freaking cold. Oh, wait, there's more down there. We'll keep the one piece of oak. Okay, you flat, you level, no gaps. Cool. So then for the moment... Gonna put a firewood pile right out here. That'll be for when I need it. We can grab the one piece of oak there. Oop, wrong way. Okay, you're all doing your thing just fine. Alright. Let's get in here. Get ourselves some soup going. So as you can see, we're just basically slowly churning through all that stuff. We'll hold on to the red meat for now. If we can get a little bit more red meat, then we can turn around and make an actual soup or stew or whatever with it. Okay. I honestly probably should consider making some, making pie. We've got the materials. I don't know the efficiency so far as, like, making pie, like, if I make the bread and the, like, all the stuff has separate components, how that works with the pie. Maybe that's something we work on. Let's grab the rye. Let's go slowly make our flour. And we can make bread dough. We'll see about making pie. Right. Oh, and I needed to grab... Ah, right. I need more dirt. Get up here. I don't actually care, but I'm gonna go ahead and use the survey tool right here because I can. I didn't think so. This big spire thing that's been here this whole time. We've definitely not been up it because there's a convenient way to do that. Okay. And we're going to start capping it off. So I can get the dirt I need. I don't think we're removing the whole spire. And actually, the refrigerator is just full of macaroni and fruit salad. Alright. Imagine that happens. Yeah, so very soon I'm going to have to go back and get our food because we're getting real hungry. Okay. I was just curious about that. I know, you're hungry. You want your soup. Okay. So I got that, and I can go over here. Okay. So we need to cover all of this up. So we can get more of this charcoal going. And I'll start making our fancy dirt. Okay. Oh, you are going to need that rung of that ladder removed. You're gonna block me from building stuff. Hey, Gnith, how's it going? Drop you off. So I need 1 unit of grass. And 4 logs. Or firewood or whatever. Now I pop down here. Drop you all there. Light it up. And the charcoal pit is going. I can take all the rest of the extra dirt. Continue filling this in so that we can minimize the amount of saltwater damage we take to our crops. Okay. Let's see, how far does the saltwater leach? I believe I was seeing damage at about 4 tiles. We got soaked medium hide. Drop you off. Pop on down here. Grab more medium hides. Get those going. Okay, so let's see. We can drop off the peridotite. Alright, so with that now, I should have plenty of spare. So I can grab a stack of the charcoal. They're going to make charcoal powder. When that's done. Okay, so we'll wait on that. But when that's done, we're going to make charcoal powder. That's to make the fancy sand. And I did get some seeds. Let's go over here, grab the bucket. Right, I could fix this by shoving a piece of dirt in and be done with it. Let's see, can you work in your greenhouse now, or do you need to wait for spring? I need to wait for it to be warmer. It doesn't need to be, like, full-on spring, but we're still pretty late in the year that it's going to be a problem. Okay, so what I can do in the meantime is working my way over here. I can go ahead and start making a dedicated wine cellar. Once upon a time, this was, where the shore came in. Before we start expanding out. So the idea is here I want to slowly convert this into, like, a wine cellar. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 there. Plug the hole. Okay. Let's see, if you keep getting your ceramic storage jugs underground, keeping them cool, better storage. Can you do the same by putting them underwater? I have no idea about underwater. It's not a thing I've felt any need to test, so it didn't strike me to even consider testing it. Actually go do this. Make a shovel. Make another shovel. There's anything about that in the handbook. Yeah, no, it's one of those things, I don't think the being underwater would be better or worse for it. I think it probably is just going to run a check to be, you know, is this room a cellar? Yes, no. Okay, it gets the bonus. Does this tool shovel or just shove some? It just shoves some durability. Fair enough. You found a large ruin at a water level on the lake, so you made your house in it. Gotcha. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Just making sure I'm not about to, like, go dig into something that's gonna fill me with regret. No, we're good. So 1, 2. 3. Alright, so that'd be 4 here. But yeah, so what I'm doing here is I'm just going to be making a wine cellar. And slowly working on getting, you know, our storage to be as good as it can be. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. One. 2, 3. That should be 7 wide there. Okay. And this will be one of those things I'll eventually need to go up above. That's where my reeds are. My reeds are probably going to need to move. Okay. But yeah, so we're getting ourselves a nice little secondary cellar. Like I said, it's going to be just wine. We're going to load this sucker up with wine. It'd be nice to make it far deeper, because it can be 7 by 7 by 7. Right now we're like 7 by 7 by 3. I'm not really sure on how a lot of this ends up working. Like, if I can make a bunch of shelves to put the wine on. Like how all that would work. But that's fine. Okay. Figure with that being dirt, I might as well just grab it. So we can literally turn that into what we're using to fill in the rest of it. Okay, so lesson there. I did just pop a hole right in the middle of my field. Hey, Dread, how's it going? Okay, so I can pick up the lesson. Drinking like there's no tomorrow. Hey, Patsy, thank you so much for the 5-stream streak. I do appreciate it. Alright, we got you. Shove that spot there. And just keep filling this in. Just trying to make the walls look as nice as we can. Also pull up the sand. Because worst case we can use sand for like panning and all that later. Okay. Holidays were good. Streamed during it, but you know, it was nice and relaxing, kind of. You know, we did the holidays with the family a couple days ago and all that. I mean, coming up on almost a week ago now. And otherwise, the rest of it was, you know, just kind of hanging out at home, spending time with Tomb. Went out and had a hot pot with Tomb on Christmas Day because they're all open because, you know, a lot of Asian food does not close for the holidays. So the curiosity now, is if I pop up here, I'm pretty sure I destroyed one of my things of reeds. Yeah, right here, there's a thing of reeds there that I accidentally dug up. Yeah, so definitely want to move that. You didn't say you love the colors of your shirt, Rual? You find yourself staring at the colors, trying to make out the patterns. I hope that's okay to say and not creepy or anything. Oh no, you're good. So the shirt is actually a Star Wars shirt. And it's got a lot of Darth Vader on it. It was Tomb's Christmas gift to me. Oh, it did give me the reeds. But yeah, no, you're okay. Yeah, stuff like that's absolutely no problem. Like, it's very, you know, like, absolutely fine. It'd only be kind of like pushing the creepy thing if just, you know, start making a lot of things about like physical appearance and all that. It'd be like, I really like your shirt. It really shows off your bristling muscles and the sweat running down your... Then it'd be like, all right, hang on, wait a second. Hold up, bring it back a little. You want one now? Creepy cookie noises. Yeah, no, that'd definitely be that point where it'd be like, excuse me? We haven't had many of those. We've had one or two of those over the years. Where it's like, hold up. Not that specific set. We've definitely had like one or two people where they're getting all weird about it. How much for hair? I've thankfully not had anyone like try and proposition that kind of thing. I want to see what that shirt looks like on my floor comments. The internet's a place. I'm not sure what kind of place, but it certainly is a place. We do a Rual ASMR clip about programming. Yeah, no, I noticed. I already grabbed a bunch of seeds from them, so I'm just kind of writing those off. For right now, I'm just gonna chuck the flour in there for just a minute. What? Oh, we're freezing to death. Yeah, it's fine. I don't care. I was like, why am I in pain? I just need to remind myself what it is to feel. Alright. Why does the air hurt my face? Because the air is a big bully. Leave me alone, I'm making my bread. I'm in the greenhouse, it's supposed to be 5 degrees warmer in here. It's not really, it's just 5 degrees warmer as far as the plants are concerned. Look, I just want to make pie. Oh, I mean, that's fine, whatever. Okay. So, for pie. If I want to make a veggie pie, I need 2 on the bottom, 2 on the top. And I need 4 portions. So it's a little confusing. Place the dough on the table to create the bottom crust of your pie. Add fillings 1 portion at a time until you filled your pie. Optionally, put a top crust to your liking. Alright. Recipe notes. You can change the pattern of the top of your crust with the right mouse button or clicking on it with a knife with some dough in hand. To preheat your oven, put firewood in there. Don't care. Never light the oven with the pie inside or it will be destroyed. Make sure to place your baked pie back down on the table and use a knife to cut it into quarters. Each slice of pie works like a serving of a meal, only allowing you to eat as much of the slice as satiates your hunger. The toots are annoying? Yeah, that's the whole thing. That's our character freezing to death. Alright, so it sounds like I put the 2 pieces of dough down. The only thing that's confusing, it says 4 portions of, and it's got these listed up in sets of 2. So I'm assuming what I want to do here is 1, 2. Just grab 4 of each. Well, even more turnip. And let's just see what happens. How long are you good for? Fresh for 2 days. So for right now, chuck those in there. It'll experiment with these ones. Does it have to specifically be a table? On a table. So it does specifically need a table. That's fine. Table's not hard to make happen. I now have a wooden table. They're like, stone counter? Gross. It's table or bust. Let's go 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Will be a real hearty pie. So you're still good for 2 days. Those are 19 days. Alright, so let's make some pie. Yeah, no, I mentioned I could change the design. Okay. Now I gotta get this hotter. And meanwhile, while that warms up, plan for more pie. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're just starving to death. Don't worry about it. Yay, we're cooking pie. Note that pizzas stack only with the exact same pie. Same flour, same filling, same top crust. Yep. Alright. I know, you're starving. It's fine. Once the pie's done, we'll go put it on the shelf, and then we can, you know, cut it up, and we can have our piece of pie. Are you gonna burn yourself getting it out? I shouldn't. Yeah, no, you'll, usually by year 2, starvation isn't a problem. The only reason I'm starving right now... Alright, so I got a nice handy pie. Meanwhile, we'll put the next pie in. How long's pie good for? 8 days? Honestly, that doesn't feel like it's much of an improvement against the stew. Like all things considered. For the cellar, it has to be 7 by 7 and fully enclosed in airtight blocks. Eight days is still not bad. Yeah, no, I can see that. It's a lot of effort, though, to go in here. One of the advantages you can do with pie is you can turn around and put, like, meat in it and veggies and a whole bunch of stuff. Well, actually, I'm not even sure about that. I was going to basically say you could potentially have pie cover all the food groups. Now, what I don't know is what's the temperature that, was the lowest temperature we can do that before it's not doing. No, don't burn the pie. Gotcha. Well, that's good. How long it lasts before you cut it? Yeah, no, I probably should be doing that. I'm wondering calories-wise, though. Like, do the ingredients going in, am I break even? Do I get more by making it a pie, or do I get less? 8 days. It's the same cut and uncut. You get more. You saw someone break down the math on Reddit? Gotcha. Gotcha. So you're saying the stew/porridge is better. For just raw calories. It's not for travel consideration. So that's all doing its thing. That's doing its thing. Nothing to deal with those right now. Okay, so we're making our charcoal powder so we can make our really fancy blocks of dirt. Okay, so you're getting close to done. You're both close to done. That one's not particularly close to done. You're getting there. Imagine one thing is it probably takes the berries and gives them much longer... What's in those? I've got some of those becoming compost, some of those are leather. Yeah, so we got compost. That's becoming strong tannin. Compost, compost, compost. That is leather being processed in lime water. Compost, compost. We got hides being processed in weak tannin back there. A little bit of leather working and all that. Yeah, no, I've got that a pretty good ways. I'm short on rope. And I don't have an easy way of getting more rope right now. And for those that didn't see, we are wearing a black bear hide. Man, that thing's already a third destroyed. Armor sucks in this game, man. Like, I've had it, you know, not even single-digit hours in real life time, and it's already a third destroyed. Yeah, no, I get it's only tier 2, but still. I'm gonna be lucky to find enough bears to make a full set before the first part of it's gone. Was that Wolf's fault? Yeah, no, it just kind of sucks for like the amount of time and effort you put into it that'll last for like 30 seconds. Considering a lot of your tools actually, once you get past the crappy flint ones. Yeah, no, it's definitely because the thing. You can repair armor, not sure. Oh, that's right! I forgot, you don't have to like do the whole thing. Well, I think you can repair some armor. Yeah, so it's not... That one's not showing me. Let's go for the, Yeah, so I can't repair the bear armor at all. But like my fabric armor, I just take the damaged fabric armor and a new piece of cloth and we can make it. Or if I go and make, like, plate armor, I just need more plate. Yeah, so honestly, the bear armor looks cool. It kind of really sucks. Because not being able to repair and then all the effort that goes into that really takes away on its value. I actually probably, you know, I'm glad we made it just to make it. But in the future, I'd probably just make into hard leather and that kind of stuff to use for other things. Okay, so you should be about done here. You got you there. That'll be another cellar, so that needs a door. Otherwise, it doesn't count. I've also noticed it doesn't seem to matter if the door's open or closed. I know people made a big deal about that last time, but I already did an experiment a couple times here. Where I go in here, so the door's open, so I can mouse over something that rots. So 19 days. I close the door. It still says 19 days. Inventory has a multiplier of 1 for the rot speed. Co-locations and sellers have lower ones. 0.1 of those chests, as we see on the tooltip. Yeah. Well, I do have all this rye bread in here. Yeah, no, exactly. I'm not going to make the copper. I was just pulling up the copper just to have, like, actual armor compared. Are there other things I can make with bread? So bread is basically for being consumed as bread or pie. What happens if you put... I mean, it's already a cellar. Like, if I take the door off real fast... Now... Excuse me. Oh. You can tell it's a cellar by the icon on the left of the toolbar, too. Oh, okay. Ah. I was not aware it worked like that. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's for a moment, I was like... Okay, making sure it counts. That's good to know there's the icon down there. Yeah, so when we go in here, we see there's a greenhouse icon going on. Alright, so let's go get our ground up coal. Alright, so terra preta. So I need bone meal and compost. Compost. Bone meal. Alright, so drop you in the middle. Drop you like that. Cool. Just need lots more compost. I got 2 really fancy soils. You're not going to sweat that too much. There's no point in me messing with that until we're ready. Okay, so we got our strong tannin ready. And then when those are ready, we can chuck that in the strong tannin barrel. Now help with that. Okay, so we can take our bowls. I've got some food hanging out. Alright, what materials? Reeds. We can get some reeds. We can make stuff happen. So we've got a continent south of us. Let's see, I think the biggest cellar can have 7 and 7. What size that room is? Oh yeah, so the room I have is 7 by 7 by 3. So it's 3 tall, or it's either 3 or 4 tall, but 7 by 7. Yeah, no, one of those things with the greenhouses, basically when you start getting to the point where they're not needed for your plants to grow, you just poke a hole through one of the walls so it doesn't count as a greenhouse anymore, or take the door off. Like anything like that'll do. Yeah, so for the lakes, I think we already hit those ones for reeds, unfortunately. Oh wait, switch you to everything. Yeah, what we can do is we'll run down there and we'll start surveying. We'll look for reeds while we're in the area. Because we need borax. I've already got a an iron anvil just laying on the floor in 2 pieces, but I need borax. Really south is another lake based on the map? Yeah, there could definitely be more lakes there. That's, I think, is we're going to start here. We'll put a pin there. That's kind of going to be our destination. It's around here. Sure, why not? I'm just pinning that. That's vaguely the direction we want to go. First, I'm just going to get to the shore, and then we're just going to slowly make our way in. I got 12 pieces of pie with my name on it. 11. I can math. 11 pieces of pie with my name on it. We're gonna wander in there, see what we can see. But we are hoping to find borax is one big win. Fire clay would be very convenient. It would save me headaches. Obviously, finding anything like copper or tin and all that's always helpful. Gold and silver, sure, why not? Quartz nobody cares about. Finding a bauxite desert would be really nice to have a bunch of bauxite so I wouldn't have to put effort into it. Finding like another source of iron would be good. I've got a lot of iron left in the vein we already hit. But it can be one of those things if, for example, we start running that vein low, having another area already available is just good. Because then we can start making steel tools, which will be nice. And once you hit steel, that's kind of like your cap. So if you start getting an abundance of steel laying around, which takes a long time, then there's no reason to not put it to use making a bunch of tools. It's like playing a game like Minecraft, and like early on you get your diamond pickaxe, you're like, okay, I'm going to use this sparingly. But if you look and you got a full stack of diamonds, you're like, you know what, I don't care anymore. All my tools are going to be diamond. Alright. But yeah, so the main thing we're actually looking for is reeds here. I'm just hoping to locate borax and all that, so I'm going to try and dual function this. And then just generally explore and see what we find. Yeah, I could definitely see if you're going to be doing pie, wanting to have like 3-4 ovens going. And then just sit down and start cranking out a bunch of pies, put them in your cellar. Because you can get to jump to like 60 days or something like that, that'd be pretty good. Then when you're traveling, you just take the freshest pies, and when you're just staying at home, you eat the oldest pies. Kind of hoping by the time we get down here it'd be daylight, but we can just go into this like little bay area here. How long does winter last? That depends on where you are on the map. Because there is a thing where the farther north or south, you can get to different biomes. So you can be in like the tropics, or you can be in like boreal, like full-on Arctic is available. I think we're on the cooler end of temper would be my guess. I'm sure people know the game way better than I do, though. Could probably give a better gauge of that. Oh, right. You keep walking past an almond mushroom? Oh, a good chance that has happened, yeah. That's a little annoying. Okay, minuscule amounts of emerald and cinnabar. Before I forget, I believe you can make driftwood into firewood. All I'm doing right now is... Oh, I should have brought that with me. It's fine. I'm just grabbing the bare minimums so that if we start freezing to death... Okay, we've got a tunnel here. Honestly, take the whole thing. I'm sure I'll need tons of these, so take it all. Because then we can plan for wherever we're going to be doing that. Yeah, because then we can plan where we're going to do this and make ourselves a giant reed field. And with the big reed field, we can do a lot more. If I start taking damage, I'm going to need to get one more firewood to make myself a little cheeky fire down here. Okay. Because every 3 of these makes a rope. And I know I need at least 17 total rope. Wait, what? Thought I heard a buzzing for a moment. I don't believe bees are active during the winter, though. Okay. Well, the good news, we found these right away. I was actually expecting to have to go inland a ways because we had already hit a bunch of these lakes previously for reeds. We got a pretty good turnout right here. Okay. Really surprised we're not taking damage yet. Assuming about 1.5 pies per day, 9 days, 4 months, if you only eat pies. Let's just knock down this tiny little birch. There's the damage. I know. It hurts. I believe no matter what your settings are, it's still 12-day month kind of things. Okay, so we're warming up. Yeah, no, with the amount of nutrients you got of the pie, like, definitely goes a long way. And it didn't quite finish the slice, but we're mostly done. It was down to 13. So we mostly finished that slice. Give me a second, I'm gonna refill my drink. Yeah, my pies are veggie pies. That's just because what I had on hand. Alright. Make ourselves an R9. I think it showed 1200 veggie input. Yeah, so I mean it's 300. Oh no, it's 540 satiation for a quarter, a quarter of a pie. Because 240 is grain, 300 is vegetable. My veggie pie is about half turnips, 1/4 carrots, and 1/4 what's the other? Turnips, carrots, and I'm trying to remember what the last thing was. Turnips, carrots. Parsnip, I think, was the last one. Oh no, onion, you're right. Onion. Turnips, carrots, and onion. It's going real well. I've already got almost a full stack of the reeds and the roots. And I believe that would mean 20 rope. Well, 21 rope. Okay, we've got literally a full stack of both. I'm gonna switch you down here. Because I have a feeling we're going to need a lot of this. So I'm willing to go up to 2 full stacks that we collect. I still would like to run around and hopefully do some more surveying. Yeah, converting him in the rope... Well, actually, I don't know. I actually don't know how much the rope stacks. The roots won't help any because I can't do anything with those. Okay. Okay, there's some reeds over there. Okay, so converting into rope is worse. I understand. Yeah, so a big part of this is I'm also just grabbing so many roots that when we get home, I'll want to go ahead and just make like a giant reed field. Because we'll use them for skeps, we'll use them for rope, we'll use them for all sorts of things. Okay, there's a couple more over there. Okay, so we can grab you. You're going to 64 as well? Yeah, no, unfortunately not. Okay. No reeds here. Oh, I'm going to need... and one more piece of firewood. Want a real small tree when you go do it, or some driftwood. Oop, I should survey around here somewhere. Two, three, four. Oh, right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Very poor iron. Poor cinnabar. It's fine. Let's also shove dirt in there. It's kind of a dead end down there. Really, if you prioritize getting food, getting apartments or such as a fancy house for the winter, it's quite easy to survive. And the second is following a non-issue. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, we still have a ton of food. I'm probably going to exhaust it by getting close to the end of winter. But I'm feeling pretty good about my food this time. The very first time I played, things got a little dodgy. But I mean, that's just one of those things. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 2. Decent cinnabar, poor iron. Well, I guess at this point I don't really have a need to have that mark there. One, 2, 3, 4. I've already got the olivine marked. 2. So 1, 2. Green. Decent cinnabar, a little bit of iron. Check along water, see if we see driftwood. Oh, you know what? Honestly, just eat it. Surprised we're not taking damage yet. There it is. Yeah, see if we see any driftwood along here, or a small tree we can get like one log from, or whatever. Okay. Because I don't really want a bunch of wood on me. Okay, so 1. 2. Still poor amounts. We'll just go over that birch tree. Okay, it's just gravel. Just need a little bit of firewood to make a fire to warm up to. Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, no, it's fine. Okay, so we're just warming up real fast. And mostly just trying to put down a bunch of pins here to see if we find any good places with any ore. There's some type of desert over there. Different one down there. All right. We'll give you a little poke. One. 2. Alright, so we're seeing low to minimum amounts of a bunch of different things. Let's go around here versus trying to fight our way up that hill. Okay. And I would be curious about sailing just across the map a bit and just seeing some of the other biomes and all that, like seeing how far we have to go to like noticeably change things. I'm noticing down here, we're like right at the fence of freezing, not quite into freezing. Well, I mean, now we're at freezing, but where we were at up there, we were getting to like 7 degrees Fahrenheit. Whereas this one's like just barely dipped in on freezing so far. Oh, there's a good spot I can hop over here real fast and survey this spot. One, 2, 3, 2. You know, I've always wondered if up counts. It does. Well, if you work our way over to this spire, that'd be another good place we can put down another survey spot. Okay. So 1, 2, and 3. Still pretty atrocious amounts of everything. Pop over to this one. That'll be a good spot for another survey. Oh, is that our survey spot or is that resin? I think that's resin. Okay. You don't think eggs burn? Oh, I have no idea. If you're in an ice desert with no wood, but wild animals, can you use small animal products as food for fuel for fire? No. There's stuff that basically gets labeled as a fuel source, and that's what, you know, that's just what it is. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, decent cinnabar. Okay, so it's a peridotite desert. Not gonna give me much you want. Alright, so let's go check this spire. Get ourselves a survey over on the spire. Okay, 1, 2, and 3. Very important. Everything looks like the material changes over there. Looks like congregate. What changes to in that area? Oh, no, that's probably not that. Is that slate? Yeah, Yeah, so we got slate gravel over here. Followed by claystone. Some exposed rock over there. I usually try to put these closer together. In this case, I'm not worrying about too much. Mostly just trying to get a bunch of pins down the map. We are having our sanity slowly go down here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 2. And 3. Alright, so we got very poor copper. I kind of hope this ridge keeps up the way it's going, because then I can just follow the ridge and just survey periodically. Because usually I try to survey about the gap. A light temporal storm is approaching. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Out and tight. Well, so I'm probably going to have to back off soon. Because we got temporal storm. Unless I, like, lock myself into a wall or something. Okay, so 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, and this should be fine. Yeah, do I want to just seal myself in a wall and wait out the storm? I really kind of don't. But we are going to retreat out of here before the storm happens. But you get about a day's warning before the storm actually arrives. Okay. So, regardless of the primary objective, which is to get the reeds, that part of this trip has been a success. Because I've got plenty of reeds. Like I said, I'm going pretty deep on it because I have a feeling we're gonna have multiple instances where I'll have to have rope for the boat. And so I'm just kind of expecting, if I go back and I have like 20 ropes worth, they're going to be like, okay, well now you need our 15, and be like, crap, and I'll just have to get all the way back down here. And then plus, if I grab all of these reeds roots now, we can make ourselves this big patch of these for in the future. So instead of having to go on like this big grind fest down here to get a bunch, when they grow, we can just go out with the scythe and, you know, instantly get ourselves like an extra 120 something reeds and just have, you know, skeps and ropes and all that stuff handled. Okay, so 4 more gives me 2 stacks, which I said was what I was going to go for. At which point, then I'm going to work my way back up. But a slightly different route, so that way I can hopefully get some more useful survey points. Oh. Apparently a bunch of dead rabbits here. Good chance that meat's just gonna go to waste. Alright, that's fine. Let's get a survey spot here real quick, wherever I can find a spot to just dip in. Those have to be in the ground. Okay. And 3, 4. That's the cold hurting me. So need to do a fire here in a minute. So get you going real quick. And cook that because there's a good chance we get stuck out here and they'll just rot. Oh, hush. You're fine. Such a drama queen. He's all like, I'm freezing to death. Hypothermia. My limbs stopped hurting and feeling cold. Now they feel like burning. I understand that's supposed to be like really, really bad. Yeah, good call on the knife. Get a second piece of meat a chance to get cooked. There, that way I do have 2 full stacks of it, both. Nah, it's too close to be worth. I don't think we're getting home before the temporal storm. I think we're gonna get stuck out here. If you're at sea when the storm comes by, it's not a big deal. Survey 1. Survey 2. Survey 3. Okay. So, poor quality tin, poor quality copper. Not a whole lot else. Okay. I think it dropped too far. 1, 2. Oh, that is too close. 2. 3. Yeah, it's just like a big chasm just here. Yeah, sorry I could be pushing it if I could get back before falling into the big hole. Well, that feels worse. Okay. Well, that's a heck of a lot of work, but it looks like we're on the other side of that nonsense. Okay, so 1. 2. And 3. Or 10. Not so great of anything. Okay, now we're just down in the desert. This is good. So still real cold. I do have grass cut on me. Got the firewood. Alright, so I need to pick up some grass when I get an opportunity. That if I do get trapped, or I have to like duck into a wall or something, I can do so pretty easily. Not worrying about trying to survey if it's not convenient. Looks like there's a crack in the ground over here. It's all sand. I can't get to the stone without a lot of problems. Yeah. The storm is imminent, so how far away from the boat? Did I mark the boat? Yeah, I did. That's not what I wanted. Get our dirt ready. So we can make it to my... I will survey, I shouldn't be. 1, 2, 3. It's fine. Hey, little rabbit, it's not time to be out. There's nightmares afoot. Ouch. It's time to go. Okay. Now the good news, bad news is, the good news is I'm clear. The bad news is we are real cold. So we might just start freezing to death out here. Okay. Does holding the torch help you? I can't paddle while holding the torch. Freezing hurts less than those guys. Let's see, you guys are in a colder area. It is May during the day and it's like 44 degrees Fahrenheit. Maybe. Is there a water temperature? Oh, there's freezing to death. At this point, we're committed. So we's a paddling. As far as diving into the water, I've noticed that we've not really warmed up by jumping in the water. Because, yeah, no, in real life, if you went just a little ways underwater, the water temperature does not change very rapidly. Don't worry about our nightmare fuel friend over there. He's just living his best life. Alright. But the point is, we did get what we went down there for. We did get reeds. We didn't find borax, but that was a secondary objective. But we got our reeds. The reeds mean ropes, and the ropes potentially mean sailboat. So no more of this paddling across the ocean and hoping for the best. Alright. Oh, I also realized I need to make a campfire in the, in my smithy. So we could use the stuff I brought for the campfire for the smithy. That way I can do the crucibles. Yeah, I mean, we've only lost just over 1 block of health so far. So it does take a while for it to actually do some damage. When the monsters are spawning on top of the water around you and then sinking, I noticed that. They don't even sink after you, they just sink. They're just like, well, it's no land here. Just dive on down. Yeah, so it'll probably be about three health bars down when we reach home. The catch is, I don't think we go too close to shore while this is going on if I don't have to. Because then I always have the bad luck of, like, running up to shore and, you know, in the darkness getting a bunch of ranged attacks hitting me and then spawning a bunch of enemies right there. It's kind of a jerk that it was, like, in the middle of the night. Kind of storm, like a temporal storm. Okay. Now, I'm not going to worry about planting the reeds right now. We're in the middle of the winter. I don't expect them to do a whole lot. But is it possible to outrun the storm, or does it just move with you? Oh, it's not... I don't believe the weather in this game is like a weather system that moves around. I believe the entire world's like, okay, it's time for rain. Well, no, because there's areas with different frequency of rain. So I guess there would be variance. But yeah, no, it's not. I don't believe it's the kind of thing where you can, like, maneuver around it or anything like that. I think it just kind of exists. That the map goes into temporal storm and you're in temporal storm. Okay, the storm is waning. So once the music stops being creepy, we're gonna pull up. There we go. Charcoal's all done, no shocker there. Okay. Didn't think this through the way I should have. It's fine. Drop you off here. You just go there for a moment. You go here for a moment. Actually, you go there. Drop all you off. Let's grab a stack of each. Because we're making bread. I mean, not bread. We're making pie. Let's get these off my inventory bar. Put those on. So boom, 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 boom. Grab you. Boom. I'm just doing this because I already have a ton of materials ready. Okay, so you're still raw. Okay, let's get this one out. We'll definitely need to make more, like another clay oven, if I'm going to keep doing the pie thing. I just already made all that bread, and the bread doesn't have nearly as long of a shelf life, so I wanted to make sure. We take advantage. Okay. Cool, and we can store the rest of the veggies down in the cellar. And then we can start working on making rope and all that while the pies are being made. Okay, so drop you in here. Take a peek here. You're still considered raw. So drop the bricks there. Okay, get our tools back in our hands. That one's about to be done. So grab the rope. Grab these reeds. Grab those reeds. There's our rope. Go ahead and eat some of our pie right now. Okay, then we can try going over and putting the rope on the boat and see what it says next. Okay, so we need 10 rope, 21 fabric. I don't think I can do 21 fabric. And that one, I don't have a good way of speeding up that process. Let's see. Where's my thread? Should have a stack of like 40 here somewhere. Let's end up in the wrong box. Oh, there you are. Well, I've got 2. That's basically 21. Okay, let's chuck these 5 pies into storage. $80 days. Hey, Zephyr. How's it going? Alright, so get that one to be baked. Then from here we can go and just check on other stuff as we're around. It was winter, pretty good. We're taking the time to take a bunch of our stuff and make lots of pie. Because the pie lasts for 80 days in the cellar, which is pretty fantastic. Okay, so let's go check on all of this stuff over here. So I got compost, and compost, and compost, and leather that needs to be processed. That's the strong tannin. We're still waiting on the weak tannin. Alright, so we definitely want to be handling our compost while we're cooking our pies. Get those extra nutrients involved. Okay. Compost in one hand, pie in the other. Exactly. Okay, so let's get to the pattern here. So you in the middle. You out there. Cool. There'll be more fancy dirt. The blue squares in my inventory are because I have the mining bag, And the mining bag's a really big bag, but it can only use mining materials, so pickaxes, stone, ore, stuff like that. So those blue squares signify squares that are restricted to only certain inventory type. And that's not a mod or anything, that's just base game. Alright, so I think we're unfortunately going to need to heat the oven back up, because it's quickly going down in temperature. We're gonna go ahead and chuck some more wood. Red is Hunter's Bag. I don't think I've ever made the Hunter's Bag. So mining bag, we have the sturdy mining bag, which is basically a mining bag with more materials. Oh, it's Hunter Backpack. That's right. I wonder why it's red then. Because I'm actually curious if there was going to be other bag types, like a farming bag or whatever. You know, make your inventory much larger, but, you know, the larger packs being purpose restricted kind of thing. I go light you back up because you're getting too cold. It's gonna take too long to cook stuff. That's another 3 pies. I heard the enemy, don't worry. Okay. You should be ready for pie anytime now. Not quite. We tried. What materials? Sandstone. A sandstone rock, I just polished it. Which is just a chisel and a hammer. Oh, we can get some more compost going. That's honestly one of my favorite parts about using the wine that I'm finding is that you make the mash, and that mash is just a good source for a lot of rot. Oh, I should probably go up because that's a full heated oven. That's gonna cook faster. Yep, it was already done. So what I wanted to do now, grab a stack of spelt. Actually, put the spelt back. Let's keep it on the rye for now. Yeah, so I do think it'd be good for us to potentially get a couple of these going. Alright, so we're waiting for the pie to finish baking. Alright, just one more pie after that, and then all our pie's done. In the meantime, I want to save my flint, since I'm going to need that for fire clay. And chuck you in there. Grab these reeds. Move them down here. Okay, that's still raw. So once this pie is done, I'm gonna need some shovel. I'm gonna need a shovel because we're gonna dig up where our charcoal is. I don't need to actually. You know what? I'll leave it alone because we can just wait till the charcoal is needed, and I've got it all down in that pit. I just need to go get it. And then last pie is in. All right, and bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast. So I'm gonna quickly do that. I'll be back here in just a minute. And thank you again so much for tuning in. Well-timed clip. That's from the last time doing one of the story areas. And I had like inventory full of goodies. Saw the bell and I was like, no. Right now, because that tunnel I kept catching on all the walls and I was having problems moving. I was like, yeah, if I get a fight with anything, I can't back, I can't maneuver, I can't anything. I'm just gonna have to like smash face to face. And unfortunately in the game, that really doesn't go very well. And hey Azrael, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Azrael, by the way? What is the orange material? This is sandstone rock. Sandstone rock, and it happens to be polished. And for those who don't know, Azrael, absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of simulation games, so if you like games like Farming Simulator, American Truck Simulator, that kind of stuff, you can find it over there with Azrael. Definitely a good time. Absolutely can recommend. And now let's get our very last pie. Okay. So I've got 11 pies in there. Good to see. Gonna have to go get this one cut up so I've got some more pie ready for when my last slice here is done. Just gonna put the pie right there. Get yourself a couple of slices. All right. So you've got way too long. Both of you with the leather are getting really close to done. You're dormant. I am going to have to move you. Alright, you know what we should do? Still replacing your floor, right? Yeah, so we want more peridot chunks. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. How is your salmon tree? I have not heard of this. I am intrigued. Okay, so what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be kind of gridding this out. And now we can get a bunch of these to drop as full blocks. We'll be leveling out some of this area. Oop. You are soil. Cool. I'm just planning out this terrain here, with the intent that we would be able to either put the trees over here or berries over here or whatever. But it's partially so I can get some more of the polished peridotite for making my floors. Just working away at this. Alright, so that gave me 9 solid blocks. Alright. It's probably another thing that shouldn't be a priority for me right now. But I have a ton of berry bushes. Let's start getting those sorted. We got 2 blueberry bushes. That'll be easy. There's my blueberries. 1, 2. Okay, blueberry bushes are done. Next one is the red currant. We got these 2 rows going here. We got more over here. So I need to go, what, like 3 deeper? Let's make it to here. Not gonna regret doing it this way, but that's fine. Yeah, because this will give us more material for pushing the salt water back so it doesn't mess with my farm. I'll just do what we can with all this. The plan is to keep expanding all this. Ideally, I would have worked with the terrain more, but man, so much of this terrain is kind of all over the place. This is the island we spawned on. We do have the water amount in the world turned way up. It's at 50%, 50. And so we, at the beginning of the game, I was just doing what I could, realize I was surrounded by ocean, and so just kind of had to make do on the island. I don't actually dislike this location. I actually like the location a lot. It does have its shortcomings. But like all this, everything being forest and kind of hilly terrain is definitely a negative. Making it way more of a thing to manage. But we just moved up to this corner. They've been gradually expanding our territory, doing all that stuff. I also like the idea, if we can get a better source for flint, I like the idea of going and taking the time and making a bunch of, like, right now those are kind of just all big block areas. I'd like to go and put the lead-lined windows. You know, make it look nice. And then cutting this back and making this flat also make it easier for me to maneuver around. So go down another floor. We're going to keep doing the thing where I try and cut away some of the peridotite chunks. Okay. Hopefully be able to get some of those as we go. Alright, get a couple more tiles here. So go and just clear a little bit out behind it. You detach them from the wall. Your lantern out. Okay. Yeah, it's fine. We'll just do every other floor. The big challenge I'm going to run into is the peridotite chunks. I'm just going to have so many of them. That finding a use for them is going to be a whole thing. Alright. What was it for the walkable paths? It is just dirt and chunks. We can do that. The problem is I've been using most of the dirt I've been picking up, and I've been using it for the ram dirt that I've been using for other stuff. Oh, wait, I don't want to do that. That's fine, so go here, here. Okay. Alright. Now, question is with the path blocks, how do I want to do those? Because I could see taking where I've just got a bunch of, like, the ram dirt that's used as flooring outside of the buildings. I could see replacing all of that as a way of managing where things can and can't grow and that kind of bit. Alright. So I can try and delete as much of our spare stone as possible. Alright. And we're almost down to the level I'm aiming for. Because then we can get the red currant planted in the area. Keep all this moving. Then I got a bunch of black currant, but that's on the other side where I shouldn't have to tear up this big ridge kind of thing. Okay. And attach it from the wall. And pretty soon we'll have to go heat ourselves up. We're going to start taking damage for being too cold. But it'd be nice if I get this down here where I could at least get the red currant done. Because all the other ones, I just kind of carved out a little spot as I went. Versus trying to like get a whole section done, because I started just not even bothering to do the berries once it's like, okay, I'm clearly not going to get another season out of them. But now we're just kind of chilling here, working our way through the winter. Making pie. Grabbing stuff, because the next advancement projects we have is probably the sailboat and steel. For steel, I'm going to need a lot of fire clay. I'm going to need to find borax. And so far we haven't even found a place that's got even like low chance of borax, really. I've got one place that technically has it listed as minuscule, which is not looking too optimistic. All right. Almost done here. And I'll be able to go through and we'll just keep making all of the grains into flour for purposes of pie. Because sometimes in life you just need pie. Okay. This will also be really good for flooring and all that. Because I imagine we're going to be wanting to build more buildings as time goes on. Like, you know, expanding the cellars and all that. And I do also eventually want to replace where right now I've just got the ram dirt as all the walls. I could see eventually wanting to do like either plaster or some other type of walling that's a little bit nicer. I don't think I want to go and do the peridotite as the walls. I think it looks really good as the floors. Let's check to see over here. We got a little bit of dirt down there we can pick up. Okay. That's cold, so I'm gonna have to go in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. What I could do to warm up, drop you off. Is I could do a little blacksmithy. Alright, so you're the pattern we're looking at? Oh wait, do I want to do... Oh, hush. That does work really well. Yeah, so instead of using it that way, it'll work way better for burning up materials. Right. So what I need to do is grab... I can drop off the peridotite right now. Up here. Drop... Just turning all of that into this real quick. It's not too bad. Okay, let's get out here. Have our piece of pie. Pop down here to where we got our charcoal. Pick you on the wall for a minute. Grab you. Okay. Alright, so we can work some iron here. We're going to make ourselves a replacement pickaxe as a backup. Yeah, I'll make a pickaxe. We'll make a replacement hammer, because that thing's getting kind of worn. And also check out Treacle, absolutely fantastic. Oh, I've been playing 2 Point Museum recently. That's an excellent game. Alright, Lexra, you take it easy. Thank you again for tuning in. Okay, those are going to take a minute to heat up. I shouldn't need more charcoal than that. Alright. Worry about all the rest later. I got red currant, black currant, and cranberries to still do. There's the hammerhead. Grab the pickaxe. Because that way I got a spare, just in case I don't pay attention and I break the one I've got. Okay. That's 4 ingots for that. We don't want to deal with that. I'll make another one of these. Because I know I'm going to use the pickaxes, so there's no reason not to. Alright. Okay, so you got an iron knife, iron chisel, iron axe head, and all that. Not sure I want to... Yeah, no, I still have a hoe. I know the scythe was getting low on durability. We'll make the scythe. Hoe's not a bad idea either. I just don't want to go too hard at making a bunch of these tools, because I want to save a bunch of this for making our ability to produce steel. But that's going to take a little while to get that going. Wait 1 second. Put that back up in the wall. Grab you. I'm hearing it, but I'm not seeing it. It's weird to me. Oh, it's probably in the cellar we're not using yet. Okay, so we've got that set up. We got all these paths. Got all that dirt there. What nightmare fuel am I hearing? Nope. They could just stay right in there. They own that room. Nope, I'm good. Bunch of them crowded up together in there. It's fine. We can be neighbors. Until this point, I need it for making my wine, and then, you know, then they're gonna have to go die. We can worry about them when it's time for them to die. Keep making her flour. Okay, so let's get back over here and keep this going. Because then for under here, I only gotta pick up the areas I'm actually putting the individual things. So I can keep the berries. Because then what I can do is over on this end, I can make, you know, maybe the dock or something for the big boat, or maybe I can put the tannery, like, actually build a tannery over here, versus right now it's just a bunch of barrels in the middle. Okay. And then top of that with all this, and start filling in between these rows of bushes and all that more of the walking paths. Alright, so we're doing the red currant. Takes care of that. Next up, we've got cranberries. No problem, we just dig this up here. Plant a bunch of cranberries over here. And I'll need to check. I think I might have a second spot. We've got cranberries going way over on the other side, too. Or actually, I think I got 3 spots with them. But all the same idea. Alright, so I need more dirt. Okay. There's always going to be more for me to do. And I'm not actually carving this whole area here. I'm just trying to get some quick dirt. I figure I'm going to need to come over here eventually anyway, so I'll just grab the dirt from right here. Drop you off. There's 11 more. Okay, so let's run over to the other side. Oh, these are cranberry bushes as well, so it's probably just... Need to get this up so I can put dirt down here. And that's the blueberries over there. Okay, so you only need to go a couple rows back. 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like this is going to be mostly dirt, thankfully. There's quartz down below us. Because, of course, there's more quartz. Okay. There's also those things that if I had, like, the better tools, we would knock this out much faster, too. Yeah, it's only a little bit of, actual ore here. The rest is all dirt. Okay. And with it all being dirt and whatnot, that should help me get a bunch of the peridot that we've got shoved in boxes that's piling up everywhere out of here. So I gotta take a minute and get rid of that. Okay. And I'm debating for tomorrow's stream when we get there. If I'm gonna just do more of this, Product Zomboid. I've been really feeling the itch for some Coral Island. I was planning on doing that after New Year's. Like, I didn't have a date or anything set. But I've been debating that, and that's a Stardew Valley-esque game. They've been having some major updates and all that recently. You know, the last one was like less than a month ago. Been debating that. Okay, it's starting to get properly cold again. I also figured at some point I'm going to hop back into RimWorld. I haven't exactly decided what I want to do in RimWorld next. That's kind of the thing I ran into why I haven't been playing as much RimWorld recently. Because ever since Odyssey came out, I'm in that weird place where Odyssey giving you the ability to like run around the map and do stuff all over the place makes going back to RimWorld without using Odyssey, you know, feel weird and all that kind of stuff. That you just kind of really want to do the new thing. But at the same time, for challenge run ideas and all that, the moment you get the ship involved, it kind of has a limiting effect on what you can do for a challenge run. Because so many challenge runs are usually based on where you're basing or, you know, environmental hazards or whatever. But the ship kind of circumvents all that. Okay, we can grab the low fertility soil. I was off by one. That'll be the cranberries done, then we'll just have the blackcurrant. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, no, when I did our first Vintage Story run, it was very steady slope. I ended up, for the most part, going with the slope with stuff like the trees and all that. So not like what I'm doing now where I'm flattening everything. But it's just kind of one of those things that, with how steep that is, I wouldn't want to deal with like running up and down on it. Alright, so that takes care of that. Now I got the black current. So I got the one set of the black current that goes way back here. I think I have another set of rows of black current. Where? Okay. Let's say, I think I have a set of rows of black currant way over here somewhere. Oh, I thought I did. Yeah, it's more cranberry. And that's where our blueberries are. That's your red currant, your cranberries. Alright. Starting a new area. Okay. That means I've got all my berries planted. Get more of the horsetail. So I can grab you. That's that many more paths. Chuck you in a box, and all of you. Oh, you don't go in this box. You go in that box. And then you go here. Alright, so let's see. Oh, I've got a bunch more dirt. One moment. I'm appreciating how much this goes through. All right. Guessing we're getting too cold. All right, we can deal with that. Let's go over here. Not the flax, grab the rye. Because our kern is probably about ready. Or not even close. That's fine. So let's drop you back off. We'll grab our flour. Grab a stack of... each of these. Then get our bucket, and we're going to quickly make a bunch of... bread really fast. So we can get more pie going. can run over here. Drop you off. Grab the blocks. We already got them. Okay. So you know it's not super practical, but you love you see make a small bedroom living area a bit cozy. Your poor little trumpeter deserves a cozy place to rest in. Oh yeah, no, I'm down to get that going. Absolutely. I have no problems with getting there. All right, take the shovel off my hands right now. Drop you in there for just a minute. Oh, hush. So boom, 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 boom. We'll put you there. There's a pie. Boom, 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 boom. Grab that. Boom. Okay. Okay, sounds like the fire just went out. Means we're ready for pie. Next stack. What? No. Well, that's not what I wanted. Alright, so we got one pie that's different from all the others. So I need to grab this one out. Now, so it's you. Let's do the odd pie out first. Oh, yeah, I see. I'm not gonna worry about it. What we'll do is this pie. That's gonna be the pie that we eat first. Okay. Just checking this in all as fast as we can. Okay. So I want to grab that one. Okay, and we can drop off the rest of the carrots and all that. So we are pretty close to having some, what is this pie? Turnips. What is it else? Just the turnips. Just a big old turnip pie. Okay. Meanwhile, I'll grab the odd pie out. You go here. Cool. So we've got these 2 vegetable pies. I believe I made these in the exact same way as my other ones. So I should be able to go here and go, boom, more pie. Okay, and we're just going to work on rotating these pies through. Meanwhile, I'm going to continue cleaning up the area out there. We'll definitely need a lot of flint to make a lot of fire clay to make a couple of these for if we're going to use the pie. Okay, get you in position. Okay. All right. Also want to definitely peek inside the area below and get all that. There's one downside of the way I'm doing this. It means the ceiling's going to have that appearance as well down there. Might not be something I want long term. We can always figure it out. But then the other benefit here is that I can take all this ram dirt and I can continue going to the greenhouse, sorting its stuff out. We'll end up needing a lot more rot, but that's, like I said, I'm liking using the berries for wine just because it gives me opportunity for getting lots of rot while still getting a lot of benefit from the berries. Okay. The idea here is straightforward, is I'm just making the area around home all the fast run. We're using this as a way of deleting lots of stone blocks and dirt and such. I can take all the ram dirt, expand the outer area. Alright, after this pie, it needs to be warmed up again, I think. Okay. Yeah, and the other question is, where am I moving my reeds? Because like I said, I don't think they're going to grow this time of year. So now's a good time to move them. I do think I should have, like, a big shelf area that I could just put a ton of those reeds on and just grow them someplace. Alright. Okay, you're still going. And part of the reason why we want to consider using this this ground instead is you actually have faster movement speed on it. Okay, let's grab the shovel. Just not going to use these for farm purposes anymore. All right. Yeah, being able to do 4 of these, I think 4 feels like the right amount where you'd be chucking them in and processing about as fast as you could. Okay. Alright. Yeah, so just gonna have like this open square area in the middle that I think we're gonna have. And over time I'm gonna move stuff around. And I think we're gonna have the greenhouse on the right, it's already built. We have way off left over there, we got all of our berry bushes. I do think that middle area where right now I've got all the reeds, I could see making that into just either an open place so we've got stuff, a tannery, you know, that kind of thing. I feel like the building behind us we expand to add like a bedroom house, whatever you want to call it. Alright, pies are getting done, that's good. Alright. But where do I want to move the reeds? Because I'm leaning to putting the reeds behind the greenhouse. That's where I'm looking at trying to fill stuff in right now. That's one place I'm considering putting the reeds. I'm also leaning towards putting the reeds over along that side. But I also need to start making room for an orchard, like for a fruit tree orchard. We haven't found many of them, but you know, it still would be good to have place. And those are stuff that I would expect to just keep growing and growing as time goes on until we decide it's too big and too obnoxious and we don't want to deal with it. Also need a place for the bees. Nice little flower garden or whatever. Okay. It's a shame that only the this style of path is the only one that improves walk speed that I'm aware of. It would be nice to be able to like make different size of flooring that is like the faster walk, that kind of thing. All right. Cool. That's still just plain raw. Let's see, I think the board path also allows that. Board path? Age wooden path? Yeah, walk speed 1.2, walk speed 1.3. So it does, but not as much as the stone path. Yeah, now my comment is more along the lines, if you make like cobblestone paths and all that, I feel like if you use them to walk on, they should count, especially with like cobblestone and brick being more time and material intensive. I don't think it's really a balanced kind of consideration. We'll see if I can manage to cook the last two. There's a chance this will cool down too much. Come on. I think we'll be alright. Okay. I also need to decide long-term what I want to make my walls out of. We were using the rammed earth just because that was what was convenient. But, the last time we did the plank walls, which did work fine. And low-key, I would love to do, like, the plaster walls. That seems like that'll be a whole project. Okay, it says give me this pie. Then we got one last one to put in there. And then all the pies are cooked. Alright, V-Turn, you have yourself a good lurk. And thank you so much for the lurk. Alright, last pie is in the oven. Okay. It makes me actually try and remember how much of this had actual ground underneath it. And how much of this is that I ran through here and just started, like, filling this all in. So that way I could build out here. Because, like, the whole area was, like, very hilly, very mountainy. So I did run through and do a lot of filling in just to make it so it was a usable space for me. So how are we doing on this pie? Okay, so as soon as that's done, we throw those all into storage. Then take the rammed earth and put a thing. Oh! Yeah. Thank you for the reminder, I was getting kind of absorbed. Hey, Jaywalker. Well, I hope the back pain eases up. That's no fun. Alright, and more pie. We'll take one of those pies back. That way I have food. Put down our pie. Get ourselves some slices. And of course, the first thing we do with our fresh pie... Oh yeah, and here's our boat. I don't have the fabric to finish the sails, unfortunately. What I want to do is get more of a boundary behind the greenhouse here. Because this is salt water, and it ruins my crops. Yeah, the boat's mostly done. I can't use it until we have the sails. And unfortunately, that's going to take a lot of fabric. We just don't have it. Yeah, so we're just trying to isolate this salt water away from our greenhouse as much as possible, so it doesn't kill our crops. And this is what I meant when I wonder how much of that is, how much of this is just, like, solid filled in. But I'm actually kind of looking at the idea of we could potentially just keep building out an extensive cellar network as we get farther and farther in the game and just make lots of booze, because I think the stuff in the cellar there is going to last for literal years in game. Go check in the wine. Yeah, 11 years for most of this wine. So, needless to say, we can go pretty much for broke on the wine and be good. Alright, so we've got our prepared hides here, prepared hides there. So the prepared hides... So we'll turn into 20 leather, 15. 20 it is, get it in there. Alright, and I should have done this before. Can grab you. Get more tannin going. Your liver will be living the life? Yep. Alright, so we can go here and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Weak tannin. Weak tannin. Weak tannin. Alright, so we do have 30 more... 30 more we can drop there. So let's grab the scraped here, drop you in there. Alright, so we got that. Do I have any more hides down below? I do. A single small one, but that's still better than just leaving it there to rot. And we can drop you in and seal that one. Okay. We'll drop you in there. Yeah, so that's actually going well for clearing out a bunch of stuff as we go. We got our book, like our book stuff with a bunch of lore books. Alright. Right now I don't have more berries, so it's not a thing. But let's see what happens when we pop down here. Yes, and the plan will be here is like literally just barrels. As much as I can fit in here, barrels for wine. And then I think what I'm going to do after that is going to go right through that wall, and we're going to make more. We're just... Actually, I could probably go... Oh, probably that way, honestly. We just have the hallway keep going this way, and then going there. Because that whole area is just solid, we could have like an entire area of just wine barrels down there. That's probably a thing I have no business working on, and is not important. But does feel like the kind of cursed thing to work on. Let's put you down here before we forget, you down there before we forget. Alright. Does it remind you of Graveyard Keeper, where you lived on wine in the endgame and didn't sleep because it's mostly just caused nutrition loss? And you could just drink another bottle of wine? Yup. Video game logic right there. But yeah, so pull all this up, get this sorted. Like I said, I think this middle area here somewhere, I'm gonna put the tannery. Just like a small tannery. As we get our berries and all that, and I just need more and more, I'm gonna just keep expanding like just a hallway with cellars full of wine. Now granted, we eventually hit the point where like 10, 12 years go by and the wine would start spoiling, but you know, at that point we could just make life decisions, I guess. I also don't figure we'll end up playing this run for 12 years, because that's a heck of a long time. We'll see. I could see... This is one of those games I could see working on a map, and then just coming back to it from time to time. Alright though, with that said, I have been staying up late a lot lately. I do think I'm going to try and wrap up at my normal time tonight. Ish. That way I'm good for tomorrow. So if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop that follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. That is kind of how this whole streaming thing works. But if you're watching over on the YouTube side, don't forget to like and subscribe. But your stream will be ending abruptly because I don't have a host ready on YouTube. But thank you so much for tuning in. But over here on the Twitch side, I am going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and finding someone for us to raid.